I'm Gemma, and this is my husband Paul, and we're both foster carers. I think initially we were a little bit anxious ourselves about going to panel. It sounded quite scary, but it wasn't at all. It was just a really friendly chit-chat with a group of people around a table. It was more of a celebration really of us being there and of us, wanting to become foster carers. The County Council offer a fair rate of pay, so we get paid dependent on our level of experience. So after you've done it for a while, then your level of pay will go up based on your experience and level of training that you've done. We've also got a network hub, which is a foster carer support group, and it's just an informal get-together. We feel so valued as a foster carer for Nottinghamshire County Council. Everyone's so caring and wants what's best for you as a family. The matching process is really careful, so they listen to our needs and, they would never think of placing a child that wouldn't fit in our environment. As a foster family, we try and just make it everyday, normal life, try and bring some stability and love to that child that's staying with us and give them experiences that perhaps they've not experienced before. We love going out on day trips together, and for example today we've come pony trekking. Nottinghamshire's a great place to foster because we've got so much on our doorstep, there's so much that we can do. I feel really lucky that we're able to foster here.
I'm Leon, I'm a care leaver. I went into care when I was 8 for reasons of basically not being looked after properly. So I've been in care for 15 years, long time. I was very, very nervous to start with, very quiet. I used to be very, very withdrawn. My first parents encouraged me to go to my friend's dance group. At first I was a bit and then so much clicked, and now it's a passion and I really can't imagine my life without it. I just live dance now. I started my degree and I've now completed a 3-year degree in contemporary dance practice, so I'm classed as a professional contemporary dancer. It's made me a different person, made me a better person, I think, and it's made me realise what I can do. Without my foster carers and the fostering service, they've made my life go a completely different way of what it would be if I wasn't in care. For my next plans I've got, which is hopefully moving to Beijing to teach English and teach dance and train over there and just travel, they're so supportive. When I told them about it, they said go for it. My parents said that there's always going to be a room if I need to come back for a little bit or if I come back to visit. I class them as my real parents because they've just, everything they've done for me. There's a lot of children out there who need a second chance at life or just need that extra support that if their parents can't give them. Anyone can do it, and if you feel like you want to but you're unsure, as far as I can say, I'd say give it a go, because from personal experience I know the difference it's made for my life.
My name's Jonathan Gribbin. I'm the Director of Public Health for Nottinghamshire County, and I'd like to tell you about the COVID-19 Local Outbreak Control Plan for Nottinghamshire. It's all about containing the virus so that we can protect one another, safeguard our critical services, and enable our schools, our workplaces, our communities to flourish again. And the plan describes how we will do that in Nottinghamshire. It complements the national test and trace arrangements, and it builds on local arrangements with key partners like Public Health England, the district and borough councils, the city council and our local NHS. It identifies a range of settings such as schools, workplaces, universities, care homes and so on, which require specific plans to deal with any fresh outbreaks of the virus. It describes
Thank you. Right, the live stream's back in working. Right, Councillor Rhodes, would you like to make your proposal, which has been accepted as a valid one?
Yes, Chairman, I would. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I am unmuted, I believe.
Yeah, you're all right. I can hear you now.
Right, sorry. Okay, the amendment is to appoint Councillor Kate Fowle as the Vice Chairman of Governance and Ethics Committee until the annual meeting in 2021. I'm moving that.
Thank you. And your seconder, Councillor Nikki Brooks, please.
Yes, second that, please, Chair, and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Richard Butler, please. Do you accept the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I don't accept the amendment. And would you like to speak now, or will other members be coming in? I'm happy to.
You can speak now if you wish.
Yep. Really, I mean, I have again, this is nothing personal against Councillor Fowle. Get on very well with Councillor Fowle. Indeed, I have the pleasure of being her county councillor because she is one of my constituents. So Kate and I know each other well and work well together. But as I said before we broke for lunch break, Andy Sissons is a previous member of the Governance and Ethics Committee, and I think we all know Andy to be a very calm and sensible and reassuring person. And that's not to say that Kate isn't. I know Councillor Fowle isn't. I know she is. But Councillor Sissons has the experience of being on the Governance Ethics Committee in the past, and I have every confidence that he will carry out the role as being Vice Chairman of this committee perfectly well to the satisfaction of all members. So no, I don't accept the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Right then, Councillor Rhodes, would you like to speak?
Yes, Chairman, please. I would. Kate Fowle has a great deal of experience as a member of the Governance and Ethics Committee, and rather like our nomination of our support of the nomination of Joyce Bosniak, it's a case of having the best woman for the job. Kate is a very credible nominee. She's very knowledgeable. She works very well with the chairman, and I'm sure if Bruce is back in the meeting, he'll confirm that. And I believe that she will do an excellent job should she become vice chair of this committee. It is, as we said of the Health and Wellbeing Board, a non-political committee and should be chaired and vice chaired impartially. Politically impartially in that sense, and so I don't see any reason why this nomination shouldn't be taken seriously, and I do hope that members of the council will consider Kate in a serious way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lawton, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, I'm having difficulty with my computer, and therefore I'm trying to switch it on and off with the space bar. So you'll have to bear with me. First of all, can I? My father always used to say, "Never start with an apology," but I intend to start with an apology. Can I say that I'm sorry that I wasn't here to propose the report from the Governance and Ethics Committee. I'd like to pay tribute to my officers, the 151 officer, monitoring officer and head of internal audit, who do a fantastic job I'd like to pay also tribute to my committee members as well, who work extremely hard to deliver the function. I won't be supporting this amendment. Can I just really make a point to members? I think it's incumbent on us all to not play political games in a time when many of our residents are suffering the consequences of COVID, and to bring it home really to bear. When you got me on the phone, I was in the middle of the COVID testing station at Newark with my daughter, who has shown symptoms. And as a result, having to vote to be able to allow Kevin Rossens to be chairman meant that I was trying to talk my daughter through the testing procedure while you lot were playing silly games. And to be quite honest with you, there's nobody been impacted more than my family by this COVID. And to be quite honest with you, these times require political leadership, not political shenanigans. I will not be supporting this motion. I look forward to having Andy Sissons as my vice chairman. He's an excellent vice chairman and an excellent candidate. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Wise.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, it's really disappointing, isn't it? We have Councillor Lawton saying we shouldn't be playing political games. We have Councillor Cutt speaking very frequently about the advantages of us being a united council and working together. Here we have two committees that are non-party, Health and Wellbeing Board and this committee. Both benefit from a strong lead and representation from both major parties, and we're just letting those opportunities go. I was very disappointed at the non-acceptance of Councillor Bosniak to give the Health and Wellbeing Board some continuity. It was much more about personalities than it was about the benefit of the committee. And we're on the same journey now of just making party political decisions rather than looking for strengthening the cross-party leadership of a major committee. It's just really disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bosniak.
Oh, okay. Right, and I'm sorry, I thought I'd muted myself. Well, first of all, Chair, can I just take this opportunity to thank people who did support me for Chair of the Health and Wellbeing Board. And I'll also clearly still be on the Health and Wellbeing Board and will support Councillor Rostons in the same way that I did Councillor Harper as well. Because like colleagues have said, some things are more important than playing politics. However, I'm now going to be blatantly political. I'm going to say that the result obviously wasn't a surprise to anybody. We knew how the voting would go. And someone once said to me, well, if you know what the outcome's going to be, why do you bother? So I thought about it for a minute, and it's easy to get despondent when time after time you know that you're going to lose the vote. So I actually responded by saying, it gives me the chance to expose the hypocrisy of the Mansfield Independent Group, who once, as I remember, claimed to put people before politics. And now what we actually see is that they're putting personal financial gain before people. Therefore, there is no question of me supporting anybody other than Kate Fowle for this particular position. And I will certainly not be supporting a Mansfield Independent.
Thank you. Councillor Martin. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, I turned them both off there, yeah. May I just remind Councillor Lawton that this is a political debating chamber. That's the whole concept of it that seems to be lost on yourself. And the idea of putting an opposition member in charge of the Health and Wellbeing Board was to create diversity. And the idea of making an opposition member the vice chair of the Governance and Ethics Committee is also to show diversity and not steerage. And actually, it was your own leader that suggested that we had one chair for both, not anybody else. Everybody else was in favour of having two. But now, when the cat fits, you suddenly seem to wear it.
Thank you. I don't have any other speakers, and if not, I'm going to go to. Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor Brooks, you're holding the rights to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say that having worked on the committee with Councillor Fowle since its inception, I can't think of anybody better from my group to lead on this. She's been a great help to me when at times I've found the papers quite baffling. So I'm very happy to support Kate.
Thank you. And then I'm going back to Councillor Rhodes to sum up for his amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I don't intend to take very long in doing that. I think the outcome is fairly obvious. But I will make this point. First of all, Bruce, I'm sorry to hear about your daughter's symptoms. I genuinely wish her well and hope that she has a speedy recovery. It is very troubling and very worrying. However, for you to climb on your high horse and accuse us of playing politics during COVID is a little bit rich, as you and your group continue to pursue your self-serving debate over the future of local government during the pandemic, ignoring entirely the concerns of the residents of Nottinghamshire. It's quite astonishing that you should come on here and berate people in the way that you have. So I think you should climb down a little bit and consider your own situation and your own past actions before you start wagging the finger at anybody else. I've nothing more to add, Chair. I just hope that people will support Kate for all the right reasons. But I have no doubt that this is not going to be accepted by the ruling group. Thank you very much.
Councillor Butler, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, some very helpful comments there. At the end of the day, whatever we're discussing, we're debating, we're here to either agree or disagree with each other, and that's life. And we have the opportunity to have those discussions. As Councillor Rhodes has said, I think there's probably no real need to prolong this longer than we have to. But one thing I really just must come back to Joyce about her comments about her against the Mansfield Independence and personal financial gain. I think she said, well, that's not the case, and the decision is not being made or proposed by the Mansfield Independence Forum per se. It's being made by our Conservative and Mansfield Independent Forum group. So that's an important point to get across. But I thank colleagues, and again to emphasise that this is nothing personal against in this particular instance against Kate. As I've already said, that complete respect and time for each other, and likewise Joyce as well. But we are in the arena and position that we are in at the moment. And also finally, if I could, Mr. Chairman, I omitted to say on the previous discussion, I made reference to sort of lessons learned, if you like, about the having one chairman of one person to chair two bodies. That's partly true, but that's I'd like to make it clear that's not particularly aimed at Councillor Harper. It was just life in general. You have to look at the burden of work and responsibility. But I should have said that before, and I thank you for allowing me to say that. So with those comments, I think we ought to move forward, and I don't accept the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to go to the vote, and for that I'll call in the Chief Executive, and we'll go through the name rota again, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Starting with Councillor Adair.
Against.
Councillor Allen.
For.
Councillor Barnfather.
Against.
Councillor Bosniak.
For.
Councillor Bradley.
Against.
Councillor Brooks.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Butler.
Against.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor John Clark.
For.
Councillor Neil Clark.
Against.
Councillor Cotty.
Against.
Councillor Creamer.
Jim. For.
Councillor Cutts.
Against.
Councillor Deakin.
For.
Councillor Dobson. Councillor Dobson might have stepped out for a personal matter, so I'll come back to her at the end, but she may not be voting. Councillor Doddy.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Fielding.
For.
Councillor Fole.
For.
Councillor Garner.
Against.
Councillor Guilfoyle.
For.
Councillor Girling.
Against.
Councillor Greaves.
For.
Councillor Hanley.
Against.
Councillor Harper.
Against.
Councillor Henry.
For.
Councillor Henshaw.
For.
Councillor Hollis.
For.
Councillor Hopewell.
For.
Councillor Richard Jackson. Councillor Jackson, Richard Jackson. I'll come back to you, Richard. Councillor Roger Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Kerry.
Against.
Councillor Knight.
Against.
Councillor Lawton.
Against.
Councillor Longdon.
Against.
Councillor Madden.
For.
Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor Meal.
For.
Councillor Ogle. Councillor John Ogle. I'll come back to you, John. Councillor Owen.
Against. Yeah, that's not a problem. Cheers.
Councillor Payne.
For.
Councillor Peck.
For. Yeah,
Councillor Place.
that's great. Thanks a lot.
Colleague, somebody may not be on mute. Councillor Plant.
For.
Councillor Pringle.
For.
Councillor Purdue-Horan.
Against.
Councillor Quigley.
Against.
Councillor Rhodes.
For.
Councillor Kevin Rostons.
Against.
Councillor Phil Rostons.
Against.
Councillor Saddington.
Against.
Councillor Sissons.
Against.
Councillor Smith. I think I might have heard that as a 4, Helen. Did you say 4?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Again.
Councillor Simbaridis.
For.
Councillor Vickers.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
Against.
Councillor Wallace.
Against.
Councillor Vice.
For.
Councillor Wetton.
For.
Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
Against.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
Against.
Councillor Woodhead.
For.
Councillor Wright.
For.
Councillor Zadrozny. Jason. Councillor Zadrozny. I'm going to go back to those colleagues who didn't vote. First of all, Councillor Dobson, who I think may not be with us, and then Councillor Richard Jackson, please.
Against.
And then lastly,
Ogle.
Councillor Zadrozny.
For.
Thank you. And Councillor John Ogle.
It's Noel Anthony. Councillor Ogle is showing up as on the call, but currently muted, and I'm not getting a response from his mobile.
Okay, John Ogle, can you hear us? I'm afraid I can't.
To Major Tom.
I'm sorry, John. I can't record your vote unless I can hear you. I'm going to try once more. Councillor John Ogle. Okay, I'm very sorry. We're going to have to conclude it there, and we'll come back to you when we've counted them up, colleagues.
Yeah. Thank you, members. The result of the election, sorry, the vote was 431 against 33. The motion therefore falls. Now I'll return back to Councillor Richard Butler. Can you now introduce and etc. on? We've already done that actually, but you might just want to bring us up, and we can move on.
I think we'll just move on, Mr. Chairman. And
thank you. Do I have any speakers, please? I have Councillor Rhodes.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Well, unfortunately, we won't be able to support these two nominees. I don't believe that we'll be choosing the best people to chair and vice chair, respectively, these two committees. So it's unfortunate. I think we had an opportunity to really show our joint working and to prove that all this talk of working cross-party could actually be played out in reality, but patently that's not going to be the case. So the Labour Group won't be supporting these nominations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cutts.
Thank you, Chairman. I reserve my right to speak. I've actually never heard such sanctimonious claptrap in all my life. I can't ever remember an occasion in all my years in County Hall.
Councillor, can I just, not wishing to interrupt you, but if you are going to make a speak, would you like to do it now, not sort of part now and part later?
Well, I thought that's what I was doing.
Sorry, apologies. Okay.
I'll start again, Chairman. I've seconded this motion. I didn't. It was the previous one, wasn't it? I've never heard so much sanctimonious claptrap in all my life. I can honestly say that I have never been given any opposition members' seats in any other administration when they had the majority and we have the majority. And therefore, I think there's so much sort of whistling at the moon, if you like, because I think it's perfectly silly. Got two perfectly good members here. I can commend them both to the council. I honestly think that Kevin Rostons is one of the best people to do this job. He's had long experience before that in the Social Care and Health Committee. He's been an excellent member of this council for a long time. He was also leader of the chairman of the council last year and did an excellent job there. And Andy Sissons has proved himself also to be very well worthwhile. We've talked an awful lot about money here. It's not about money. It's about service to the community. And can we just remember that this is about service to the community, and the remuneration is fixed by an independent body. If all of you think it's far too high, I look forward to your recommendations next time when you can say to the independent person, we think it's much too high and we should take only half home, because I'm sure that's what the indication was today. Thank you, Chairman.
gone quiet.
You're muted, Chairman.
Still muted.
Music to my ears.
So am I the only one? Can we not hear him?
No, we can't hear him. No.
Apologies, Chairman seems to be having some trouble with the microphone at the moment.
Okay.
So please bear with us. We're just seeing if we can work out what the problem is.
By the lead, down.
Councillor Lawton.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Oh, Are we? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Just a few points really. One is, can I again pay tribute to the members of my committee? They have worked extremely hard and are excellent contributors towards the operation of the Governance and Ethics Committee. And can I also assure Councillor Rhodes that I do my utmost to try and create as apolitical environment as I possibly can within the committee, recognising the importance that scrutiny has on the accounts, audits, fraud, the whole gambit that my committee deals with, including local government ombudsman reports, allowing your members to be able to scrutinise the operation of the council to the best of their ability, and they are excellent at it.
Thank you.
On side, there is a matrix in place. There was an election 3.5 years ago, and there is a matrix, and these appointments are done as per the matrix. I look forward, if the vote goes the way, to having Councillor Andy Sissons on board. But I will continue to do my utmost to ensure that your side and the independents and the Lib Dems, and I do add Councillor Carr into this. He contributes on a regular basis to my committee, and I listen very carefully to his views. I don't agree with them all the time, but he gets his opportunity to have his say. And I look forward to working with them again in the future in an excellent working relationship that we've had over the last 3.5 years. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Bruce, for that. And you are a very good chairman. You do let everybody have their say, and the committee is actually strengthened because of that. And everybody feels that they have a part to play, and that very often produces excellent outcomes. I would like to actually correct the leader, though. When I became a councillor, first councillor in 2005, I seem to recall that committees had a Labour chairman and the vice chairman was a Conservative.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Wise.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Cutts talks about our comments as being claptrap. It seems to me that in unusual times, and the situation of the Health and Wellbeing Board is sitting in unusual times with a lot to tackle, to have 3 chairs over a short period of time is very unsettling, because the partnerships on the board and relationships are a very important part of its functioning. And it's really disappointing that the leadership couldn't see that and just come at this with a fresh eye and make an appointment that would have given continuity to the board through the appointment of Councillor Bosniak. It's not claptrap. It's actually thinking about what's most effective for the work of the county council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin, please.
Yeah, it's all right, Chair. I give up. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers, or I will go to Councillor Butler? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a very long discussion on this item. I think there's always a danger when you see an agenda item like this. You might think to yourself, "Oh, this will be over and done with very quickly." We've all been there before, haven't we, with items like this? But plainly not. And we've had I think a good discussion. Fors and against have been voiced very clearly, but I think we really ought to bring matters to a close and go to the vote now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Given there's no speakers, further speakers, I'll now ask the Chief Executive to call the vote, please.
Can I call Steve Carr, first of all, please. Councillor Carr, you indicated in the chat that you would like a recorded vote. I would need to see sufficient number of hands for that. So I'll just pause, please. And if you could just use the hand signal on your device, if you would like a recorded vote.
You're at 12.
Thank you very much. Yeah, okay, so this will be a recorded vote as well as me just calling your names in the normal way. Thank you, Councillor Carr. Starting with Councillor Adair, please.
For.
Councillor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Barnfather.
For.
Councillor Bosniak.
Against.
Councillor Bradley.
For.
Councillor Brooks.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Butler.
For.
Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor John Clark.
Against.
Councillor Neil Clark.
For.
Councillor Cotty.
For.
Councillor Creamer.
Against.
Councillor Cutts.
For.
Councillor Deakin.
Against.
Councillor Dobson. Councillor Maureen Dobson. Councillor Doddy.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Fielding.
Against.
Councillor Fole.
Against.
Councillor Garner. Steve Garner.
For.
Councillor Guilfoyle.
Against.
Councillor Girling.
For.
Councillor Greaves.
Against.
Councillor Hanley.
For.
Councillor Harper.
For.
Councillor Henry.
Against.
Councillor Henshaw.
Against.
Councillor Hollis.
Against.
Councillor Hopewell.
Abstention.
Councillor Richard Jackson.
For.
Councillor Roger Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kerry.
For.
Councillor Knight.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor Longdon.
For.
Councillor Madden.
Against.
Councillor Martin.
Against.
Councillor Meal.
Against.
Councillor Ogle.
For.
Councillor Owen.
For.
Councillor Payne.
Against.
Councillor Peck.
Against.
Councillor Place.
Against.
Councillor Plant.
Against.
Councillor Pringle.
Against.
Councillor Purdue Horan.
For.
Councillor Quigley.
For.
Councillor Rhodes.
Against.
Councillor Kevin Rostance.
For.
Councillor Phil Rostance.
For.
Councillor Saddington.
For.
Councillor Sissons. 4. Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
Councillor Simbaridis.
Against.
Councillor Vickers.
For.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Keith Walker. Councillor Wallace.
For.
Councillor Vice.
Against.
Councillor Wetton.
Against.
Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
For.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
For.
Councillor Woodhead.
Against.
Councillor Wright.
Abstain.
Councillor Zadrozny.
Against.
Just going to go back and check those colleagues who didn't cast their vote, starting with Councillor Dobson, who I believe may still be out of the meeting, and then moving down to Councillor Keith Walker.
For.
Thank you. Okay, just give us a moment then, please, to add those up. Thank you.
sorry I've left you in a hurry, but I was in the lounge and I was looking at the screen and they pulled my name out to see which way I was voting.
Councillor Walker, you might want to pop yourself on mute.
Thank you, colleagues. The result of that vote is 434 votes, 434 votes, against 29, abstentions 2. The motion therefore is carried. And I intend now to move on to item number 10. First one is questions of Nottinghamshire and City Nottingham Fire Authority. There have not been any questions put forward, and so I shall move on to item 10B, which are questions to the committee chairman. As set out in the Constitution, a maximum of 60 minutes is allowed for the questions of the committee chairman, after which any remaining questions will be receive a written response. I'd like to remind members that following the change of the Constitution, there will only be one supplementary question, which must be from the member who asked the original question. The supplementary question, and I really do want you to consider this, should be on the same matter and should be in the form of a question, not a statement. There will be no adjournment debates. We've received 22 questions, and some of those will be put together in one. So I'm now going to move to questions 1, 2 and 3, which will be taken together. The first is from Councillor Eric Kerry, the second Councillor Kate Fole, and the third Councillor Jason Zadrodzny. So, Councillor Kerry, can you give your question, please?
Thank you, Chairman. My question is to the Leader of the Council. In light of public allegations that Nottinghamshire County Council did not engage with the leaders and chief executives of the borough and district councils in Nottinghamshire until the last minute regarding the issue of local government reorganisation, would the leader explain whether she has met or sought to meet these representatives, and if so, how many times since the summer of 2018, when Nottinghamshire County Council began the first phase of its work on the future of local government in Nottinghamshire?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fole, would you state your question, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Also a question to the Leader of the Council. At the annual general meeting of the East Midlands Councils, the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government, Robert Jenrick, was asked for more clarity from government about their plans for local government reorganisation and devolution. His response was very clear that this is not the right time, and I quote, "It is not helpful to get into arguments in and between councils when there is a job to be done," referring to the challenges currently facing councils, the COVID pandemic, economic recovery and service delivery. In hindsight, does she agree with me that the decision at Policy Committee on the 16th of September to write to the Secretary of State to ask for an invitation for the County Council to come forward with proposals for unitary local government in Nottinghamshire was a mistake? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zadrodzny, would you state your question, please?
Yes, Chair. Can the leader please outline what discussions she has had councils and the leader of Nottingham City Council with regards to local government reorganisation? Does she now accept that her attempts to create a unitary authority across our county has failed? Will this authority now stop any further spending on this doomed project, and will she apologise to the 11,000 workers at our borough and district councils for threatening their jobs? Further to this, will she guarantee that this will not be revisited in the future after a number of botched, expensive attempts to scrap borough and district councils?
Thank you. Councillor Cutts. Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm trying to stop the background noise. Thank you, Chairman, for this. I intend to take the questions together as has been already outlined. This administration has made no secret of its ambition to see local government reorganisation in Nottinghamshire and wider reforms across the East Midlands. In both 2018 and 2020, we have undertaken rigorous consultation with local residents, partners and organisations, including district and parish councils. When we first considered local government reorganisation in Nottinghamshire in June in 2018, I wrote to the leaders of Nottinghamshire's 7 district and borough councils, outlining my council's proposals to work with Derbyshire, Leicestershire and the 3 corresponding cities, and I quote, in a strategic alliance to drive economic and strategic housing growth, and to seek government's views on whether local government reorganisation would help it in delivering the right conditions to maximise the region's potential. That's the East Midlands region's potential. I corresponded with these leaders on 2 further occasions in July 2018, providing further details on our proposals and inviting them to meet. In tandem with this correspondence, I met with the leaders and chief executives of these councils on the following occasions. On the 19th of June on 2018, I met with Councillor Simon Robinson, leader of Rushcliffe Borough Council. On the 25th of June 2018, I met with Councillor Simon Greaves, leader of Bassetlaw District Council, together with our council's chief executive. On the 18th of July 2018, I met with Councillor Zadrozny in his capacity as leader of Ashfield Independent Group. Councillor Rhodes and Garner were present at their leaders in respective groups. On the 23rd of July 2018, I met with Councillor David Lloyd, leader of Newark and Sherwood District Council, together with our council's chief executives. On the 6th of September 2018, I again met with Councillor Simon Robinson, leader of Rushcliffe Borough Council, together with our council's chief executives. On the 13th of September in 2018, I met with Councillor Richard Jackson, then leader of Roxton Borough Council, together with our council's chief executives. On the 17th of September, I met with Kate Alsop, then the Mayor of Mansfield, together with our council's chief executives. I had also arranged to meet Councillors Zadrozny and John Clark in their capacity as district council leaders, though both cancelled the meeting at short notice and did not seek to reschedule. Further to these meetings, 2 meetings were also held with leaders of the chief executives of the 8 Nottinghamshire councils, and these took place on the 5th of November 2018 and the 5th of December 2018. It was at this point that we paused our work further for further discussions to the borough and district councils, so they could consider ways in which we can deliver efficiencies and work more closely. This included a report to Nottingham and Nottinghamshire Economic Prosperity Committee, on which all the district and borough council leaders sit, together with myself and the leader of the City Council. This report, which was approved in February 2019, agreed that the chief executives of these councils should hold workshops on joint working. Our council was able to arrange for this work to take place with a leading consultancy for free of charge. And whilst these workshops took place throughout 2019, a follow-up report has not been forthcoming. I have, of course, continued to speak to my district colleagues since that time on a more informal basis and arranged official meetings with Councillor Milan Radulovic and Mayor Andy Abrahams in November 2019, though the latter was cancelled at short notice. However, more general progress has been interrupted on several occasions, namely the purdah period for the recent local district council elections and also 2 general elections. The government's focus on the Brexit in 2019 and of course the COVID-19 pandemic and the lockdown which was imposed on the 23rd of March 2020. To address Councillor Zadrozny's points more directly, the following passage from a letter which I received from Luke Hall MP, the Minister responsible for overseeing local government reorganisation, on Friday the 9th of October should make the official position quite clear. I would value an opportunity now to see how your vision for the future of local government in Nottinghamshire is developing and the ideas you have for future unity structures. If you wish, I would be happy for you to send me the business plan and proposals you are developing, including the evidence you have about the level of local support. I will be interested to consider this material, which will help me develop my thinking for the future. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Read the rest of it.
Councillor Kerry, do you have a supplementary question?
No, Chairman, I think that was a very, very comprehensive response. Thank you very much, Leader.
Thank you. Councillor Fall, do you have a supplementary question?
I do. Thank you, Chairman. Okay, it's not the amount of meetings you have, the number of meetings you have, it's what comes out of them. As far as I can see, all the district council leaders in Nottinghamshire, including the Conservative ones, disagree with you, and they have done so very publicly. We've all read the letter that they sent together. So, you know, there's no point having endless meetings if you don't listen, and actually nothing happens as a result in terms of a combined response. So despite that, and despite your Secretary of State urging you also in public to forget local government reorganisation and get on with the day job, that was Robert Jenrick's actual words at the AGM last week. Despite the lack of support clearly from your own group, that's become very evident these last few days, and you still think that this time is right to continue to spend a great deal of council taxpayers' money in the middle of a pandemic when this council's finances are so stretched in pursuit of a unitary Nottinghamshire. Okay, it's unbelievable. Thank you.
Councillor Fall, that will go through. You've already made the comment, but there wasn't a question in there, which I think then Councillor Cutts needs to answer. Councillor Zadrozny?
Could I just, Chairman, there
Yes.
is a question which does need answering. The question was that all district council leaders don't support local government reorganisation. I'm having some difficulty to understand what a letter that was sent to the Secretary of State actually means in that case, because it said two things. They wish more time, but they wish local government reorganisation, and they also think that the city boundary should also be considered. Now, if that isn't a letter that's saying they wish to see local government reorganisation, I don't know what is. If they don't want the same shape, that's not the same thing. The LGR is clearly on their agenda.
Well, you know. They dispute
Thank
that
you.
as well, you know.
Thank you. Councillor Zadrozny, do you have a supplementary?
I do, Chairman. Thank you. I'd like to address Councillor Cutts' point that she's just concluded with in response to Councillor Fall. She does know that all 7 district and borough leaders have written back to her and the minister expressing her misinterpretation of what we've written, and it's highly inappropriate for her to keep deliberately misinterpreting that. But there you go, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Councillor Cutts for her question. I know it's a very difficult time for you professionally, but it's plain to see that your plans to create a unitary authority have failed. And not only did you alienate council leaders from all 7 authorities, you alienated all 7 chief executives. So would you agree with Councillor David Lloyd, the Conservative leader of Newark and Sherwood Council, that your plans were crass, nonsensical, not been thought through, expensive, ill-timed, irrespective of the view of the public, and is being spoken about that is by a council that probably delivers the poorest services in the entirety of the council? That's his quote. And do you agree with one of your biggest cheerleaders, Councillor Girling, that creating a single unitary authority should not be just one person's opinion, and that there was no evidence that made up any of your arguments to stack up? Despite opposition from members of this meeting, you ploughed on, persuading a number of sycophants and the hapless and the innumerate to go on record expressing that they don't believe. I'm asking supplementary questions, Chair. You couldn't even be confident that this full council would vote for the lifetime mission of yours. So despite this, the council continues now to plough on with an expensive, rigged consultation, and I've never seen such a loaded, supposedly independent survey. And this spend needs to stop now, as Councillor Girling has quite rightly publicly stated. Your plans have been kicked into the long grass. So finally, I think I'd like to ask Councillor Cutts if you've ever heard of Hiru Onoda. Hiru Onoda was a Japanese soldier who refused to surrender after World War II ended and spent 29 years in the jungle. Hiru Onoda remained in the jungle in the Philippines until 1974 because he did not believe that the war had ended. And that's you, Councillor Cutts, the Hiru Onoda of Nottinghamshire politics. Except 2021 is your 1974. You'll be surrendering in 2021, and that can't come soon enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Here.
Councillor Cutts.
Well, it's the usual offensive comments I've expected from Jason for a very long time now. I'm afraid he really isn't the sort of person one should take very seriously at all, because if he wants to teach any lessons about self-interest, I think we need to look actually at what
My group can't try to get rid of me as leader.
What happens?
I think, Councillor Dosney, you were given the courtesy of no one speaking against you, so if you remain quiet.
You did, Chairman.
I am allowed to. Thank you, Councillor Cutts.
Well, it wasn't a courtesy then.
This is the sort of usual rubbish I expect to hear from Councillor Zadrosny. He can't have a proper political debate without being rude about somebody. A lot of self-interest there in the district councils. He asked me certain questions that were asked, and the answers no, no, and a further no. And have I heard of the man that spent the time in the jungle? That's a yes. And have I any intention of standing down before 2021? That's a no. And I have to say, I don't think this agenda's finished, because let me tell you, in the middle of the pandemic, where we have a lot of money that's being lost out of our economy, it's really important that local government becomes as lean and as mean as possible and delivers services to the people and not self-serving, as would appear to be the case in many of the shakings of the head I can see around the table. This is not about us, it's about the people. Thank you.
It's all about you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Right.
ladies and gentlemen.
It's always been about you. Generic said.
If genuinely thought the public was more important, you wouldn't be.
Councillors, please, councillors, if you wish to ask a question or make a comment, then you should have put a question in. Otherwise, can you please give the speakers the same respect that you expect yourselves? Councillor Hollis, you have a question, I think, to Councillor Cotty in respect to standards of road repairs.
Thank you, Chair. Just bear with me 1 second.
Councillor Hollis, are you in a position to ask your question?
I am, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I've got a statement just to read first, which I'm just trying to find. I do apologise.
Well, the time is going and there was only an hour allocated, so I must ask if you can't.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am ready. As members may be aware, an exchange between Councillor Garner and I occurred at a previous meeting of this council on the 23rd of July. I was aggrieved that Councillor Garner had brought up something about my personal life during the discussion. In responding to Councillor Garner's comments, I made comments which Councillor Garner took offence to. I would like to take the opportunity to apologise if Councillor Garner was offended, and that was a statement agreed between Councillor Garner and I beforehand. So thank you there for Mr. Chairman. So can the chairman of the committee please give a statement on the poor standard of jobs being carried out on our highways by Via East Midlands, now 100% owned by Nottinghamshire County Council? Residents from across Ashfield and Mansfield districts have complained about the poor rushed standard of workmanship. This includes carrying out micro-asphalting jobs without filling in potholes and resurfacing around parked cars. Will the chairman take this opportunity to apologise and accept responsibility and carry out investigation into the standard of highways works carried out by this authority? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Cotty.
Thank you, Chairman. I actually agree. Apology is due. An apology is due from Councillor Hollis and at least one of his colleagues to the operatives of Via East Midlands and to our contractors and to our own head of highways manager who have been publicly unjustly criticised by the most cynical politicians I've ever known. The same people who a couple of weeks ago were presenting themselves as champions of council employees and operatives. Under the Ashfield Independent Code of Dishonour, it seems nobody is exempt from being used or attacked in pursuit of a headline or something to write in a political leaflet, even though the accusations being made are at best, ill-informed and at worst, downright malicious.
Mr. Chairman,
I will answer the question regarding micro-asphalting
Mr. Chairman,
as though it is...
Sorry, just a moment, Councillor Cotty. If people wish to speak, you put your hand up first. We'll deal with that. You don't just yell it out. Now, can we continue the question, please, Councillor Cotty? But can you concentrate on the question that was asked?
I am. I'm actually putting the background to it, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
It seems that nobody's exempt from being used or attacked in pursuit of headlines or something to write in a political leaflet, even though the accusations being made are at best ill-informed and at worst downright malicious. I'll answer the question regarding micro-asphalting as though it is a legitimate expression of concern rather than the latest attention-seeking political stunt. Micro-asphalting is a treatment to repair roads and is used nationally and recognised as a cost-efficient repair method. It's been used in Nottinghamshire for a number of years. It is particularly appropriate for the use on residential streets, where often in the past surface dressing's been the chosen treatment. Microasphalt by nature regulates out potholes and surface defects, and as such removes the need to repair all but the most serious ones before it's applied. The ironwork will be adjusted in the coming weeks, and the surface will be swept to remove any loose aggregate, which is in accordance with national guidance. The road markings will also be replaced shortly, and over time the surface will continue to lighten as the material cures, eventually changing to a grey colour similar to the surrounding roads. I understand that a meeting took place involving Ashfield members and our resilient professional representatives of both via East Midlands and Nottinghamshire County Council, and a number of micro-asphalting works were discussed. Residents will be advised on the forthcoming additional or remedial works in due course, and regarding resurfacing around parked cars, specifically the instance cited in the Ashfield Independence media release, 5 vehicles were removed from the carriageway, but a remaining vehicle had been involved in an incident where police attended. So a decision was made to leave it as it could have been part of an ongoing investigation. Chairman, our operatives and contractors carry out highways works all over the county, more often than ever before because of the extra 24 million invested in highways and the maintenance of by this Conservative and Mansfield Independent Administration. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Cotty. Before I ask Councillor Hollis if he has a supplementary, can I ask Councillor Smith, and I understand, do you have a point of order? Councillor Smith?
Mr. Chairman, my point of order comes from the fact that Councillor Cotty just launched a personal attack on the entire Ashfield Independent group when we've literally got members of the public messaging it. And I will read for
that. Do you have a point of order?
The tarmac street was done yesterday. These pictures are mostly from today. I'm not sure who you got to do that.
Chairman? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cotty. Councillor Smith, have you got a point of order? So far, I've heard.
Mr. Chairman, my point of order is the lack of respect for Councillor Cotty to other members in this chamber and members of the public within Nottinghamshire.
No, I'm sorry. You have to refer to standing orders, and you have to tell me which one. I'm moving on. Councillor Martin, do you have a point of order? Can you please tell me under what order it's coming?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The point of order is that it was not your opportunity to criticise any political party. The actual issue is governance and management of your subcontractors who have done an extremely shoddy job. And I don't know how you dare sit there, Councillor Cotty, and come out with that kind of statement.
Councillor Martin, that is not a point of order. You need to quote me a point of order under which number it is, and then we can look at that. It's not a continuation of the questionings to Councillor Cotty. Now, I see that I've got two further points of order. We can go through this, but the clock continues to run if we want to get towards the end of these. So the next one was Councillor Carr, please.
Standing Order 96, disorderly conduct. Councillor Cotty has just insulted and belittled the entire Ashfield Independent, which is fine. Had two Ashfield Independent councillors who have had to apologise today. When we start to see some Conservatives having to be made to this committee and apologise? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I've heard your point of order. I'll move on now to Councillor Drodsney. But before I do, can we please come on to mute, because you do getting a lot of feedback, which makes it almost impossible to hear the comments that's being made. Thank you. Councillor Drodsney. Point of order.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, point of order 86. I just feel very brief. I don't really want to get into this tit for tat. I think it's unfortunate the tone Councillor Cotty's taken, but given that he named the entire Ashfield Independent Group as the leader, I think I should be given the point of order to be able to make a personal explanation. I think it's really unfortunate that John's taken that defensive and high-handed tone with this, because, and I'd like to express to him an olive branch, but perhaps he might want to come out and look. John, we love chasing a headline, and we love to criticise when things are wrong.
Councillor Drodsney, this isn't really a point of order. It's a continuation of a statement.
With respect,
so, I'm
Chairman,
sorry.
Point of order 86 allows me to make an explanation of our point.
Okay, well, can you be more concise, please, so we can move on?
I'll be very, very brief. I'd just like perhaps, there is some very high feeling and high tempers about this issue. We genuinely feel there's been a bad job done. And I would like to invite you to come out to look at just one or two of the streets that are already being repaired and not just settling in, so that perhaps you might take that back and look at it in a constructive way, so that, we're not wasting the money or getting the job that we feel isn't deserving of our residents. Thank you, Chairman.
Can't hear anything again.
Sorry, my apologies. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, I was just going to remind members that passions are high. No, it's not a point of order, but really, Frank, we're here to have questions.
Thank you.
That's what we want to have. That's what anyone who is watching this meeting wants to see and hear. Let's move on.
Butler, please. We've already consumed over 25 minutes, and this is only on the fourth question. So can we now move forward? Councillor Hollis, do you have a supplementary question?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, John, for your reply. Can I put it to you that you've completely lost control of your department? It's just far too big for you. For too long, members have praised you for throwing them a few crumbs, getting the odd cul-de-sac resurfaced. You've acted as though you've paid for it out of your own pocket and all done the work yourself. Ashfield Independent Council has met with council officials yesterday. We're inundated with complaints from angry residents with regards to the poor standard of micro-asphalting work in numerous streets across Ashfield. We've photographic evidence of a catalogue of poor workmanship. Subcontractors have been asphalting over weeds and other foliage, resurfacing around overgrown bushes and even parked cars. Streets in Kirkby and Ashfield, done last week, have already been sprayed with defects just under a week after being resurfaced. These jobs are terrible, Mr. Cotty, and you are responsible. This council are also cancelling jobs at the last minute.
Will you make it into a question, please?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
It's a statement so far.
Of Alfreton Road. Last week, in anticipation of the work being done, all residents moved their cars for micro-asphalting works to take place to see the work being cancelled. This is unacceptable. Will you apologise for these botched jobs? Will you, Heck? Even the Nottingham Evening Post refused to print an attack.
Will you make it a question, please? A supplementary question.
One more sentence, Mr. Chairman. Even the Nottingham Post refused to print an attack written in your name by expensive spin doctors on Councillor Samantha Deakin. Her crime, raising legitimate concerns for her residents.
I'm sorry stopping you there. Councillor Cotty.
My question is, do you consider yourself the appropriate person to run the failing department? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cotty.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hollis. I am actually Councillor Cotty, not Mr. Hollis, not Mr. Cotty. It's nice of you to give me that lecture just in a response question. But actually, you know, if you as Ashfield Independents, instead of going straight to the press and reporting it to the press before you even consulted with the highways manager or the county council highways manager instead of your regional one, or you picked up a phone to me and said there's an issue or a problem, and you came to us instead of just rushing to the press to grab a headline. You've done this as a group about 6 or 7 times. And we'll end up with, we've asked the county council for a comment, and it's usually in your press statement that you put out, and then we get the email after you've already put it out. So answer to your question is you've had my response. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I'll move on to question number 5, which is Councillor Pringle.
You're out of touch. You're out of time.
Councillor Pringle, which is protecting services with a challenging budget situation.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to Councillor Jackson, who my questions to.
Yeah.
Apologies, Chairman. I don't know why I keep dropping out for some reason. Councillor Jackson, at the most recent Finance and Major Contracts Committee, you stated that it would be challenging to produce a balanced budget for this authority next February. Can you please tell members how you intend to protect services and not leave the incumbent administration with an increased deficit despite all the cuts you have made to vital services throughout your term?
Councillor Jackson, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Answer to question number 5, 30 minutes into the hour that we've got. Can I thank Councillor Pringle for his question, and good afternoon to you, Mike, as well. Over the past weekend, there was considerable amount of triumphalism from your group leader and certain other politicians on social media, celebrating the news that Nottinghamshire will not be in the first wave of areas considered for unitary status. Clearly, you want to take credit for delaying the release of at least £27 million a year tied up in bureaucracy of the current 2-tier structure, not to mention the additional devolved funds that we would attract by forming a combined authority of unitary councils. If we'd been in the first wave, then we could have made different assumptions in planning next year's budget and our medium-term financial strategy, but this delays means we can't. The letter to the leader of this council from the Minister of State has been referred to already this afternoon, Luke Hall, is clear that we should proceed with putting together our updated business case for unitary local government, but self-evidently, those who have argued to kick this can further down the road have succeeded for now. As a consequence, and as I warned all along in newspaper columns, in radio interviews and television interviews, and at committee, this means difficult decisions will now need to be taken around council tax and our discretionary services. We've known this all along, but you and colleagues led people to believe that local government reorganisation could be delayed or killed off with no consequence. Your leader and others have insisted that now was not the time to discuss a new unitary council while we deal with coronavirus, but I beg to differ. I think now is precisely the time to discuss a new approach that would release, as I've already said, at least £27 million a year of extra money to fund services both during and after this public health crisis has abated. You campaigned against this and fought against releasing that money as quickly as possible, and I'm sure that's why you've now wasted no time tabling a question seeking to distance yourself from the consequences. Well, rest assured, we will be reminding the Nottinghamshire public of the truth every single time your group and any other group tables hypocritical questions or motions seeking to shift the blame. I suspect already know some of your excuses. One will be to accuse us of financial mismanagement. Well, the truth is that in February this year, before COVID became a factor, this county council was in the best financial shape that it's been for over a decade. Local Government Association peer review specifically praised the financial management of this authority, and it called us a good council going towards great. Since then, the coronavirus outbreak has caused unprecedented demand on our services. Our Section 151 officer and his team have been analysing spend, completing the necessary government returns and reporting to my committee throughout the year, been transparent about the situation. Over the months, we've seen government announcements of support to business, to care homes and to home-based care providers to fund additional PPE and significant direct support for local government. But the picture is that Nottinghamshire County Council has a budget gap of £52 million over the next 3 years, even after receiving over £40 million of emergency funding from government. And of that 52 million, £24 million of savings need to be found in 2021, 2022. This leads me to preempt another of the likely excuses for the consequences of your stalling local government reorganisation. You likely remind me that the government told council to spend whatever is needed to tackle coronavirus and implied that we would be financially covered to do so. And I agree. We spent whatever was needed, and we reminded the government of all their promises at every opportunity. But to be clear, the scale of the COVID crisis has stunned the world. The costs go beyond what any government was anticipating back in February and March. And the bottom line is that every pound that we spend on the response to COVID comes out of the public's pocket. That's the taxpayer's pocket, whether it's raised from council tax or arrives in an initial grant from government. It isn't free money, and there's no such thing as free money. The only way to meet the costs of a crisis like this without increasing the burden on the taxpayer one way or another is by delivering our services in a more efficient way. And that's exactly what we want to do as fast as possible by creating a unitary authority. And I repeat, the single unitary council would release at least £27 million a year that's currently tied up in duplicated council administration, and it would be spent instead on frontline services. But your group has campaigned to block that. And this leaves us where we are, Chairman. In order to close the budget gap, the choice is now between higher council tax or fewer services, or a combination of both. Labour, the Ashford Independents, and the Liberal Democrat all told the Nottinghamshire public that we should look a gift horse of a unitary council in the mouth. So next February, you'll have the opportunity to table alternative budgets that show the public how we can keep the current two-tier structure, meet the costs of COVID, and protect all of our services. Those alternative budgets don't materialise, Chairman, or if they don't add up, then rest assured that we will be advising the Nottinghamshire public to ask you why.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pringle, have you a supplementary?
Yes, please, Chairman, if that's okay.
Thank you.
And thanks for that, Councillor Jackson. Just to clarify, it wasn't my leader, although he is fully supported by our group, that stopped any of your drive for unitary authority. It was actually your own government. So, in sort of response to what you say, because you've defended yourself without actually asking the question. So I ask you to agree with me and act upon that as you continually promoted the saviour of local government would be a single authority, even after the several times you were challenged about putting all your eggs in one basket, and more importantly, the future of Nottinghamshire's residents' future in the same basket, your single-minded idea has proven completely fruitless. Other than antagonising our closest partners and creating fear amongst residents who, as you point out, council tax, you presented them with an alternative of a 10% council tax increase. And now we read we are at the bottom of the invitation list from reading the letter written by, as you say, the MP Luke Hall. Why did you continue to suggest that a local government reorganisation leading to a single authority would, in effect, solve the immediate and mean-term problems we face here in Nottinghamshire? You've no idea, or if ever, we will be invited to submit a formal proposal. So you know that the savings you're going to take years to achieve, easily a decade, are beyond any comprehension presently. Today now, will you please apologise to the residents for your blinkered outlook and for creating confusion rather than acting responsibly to reduce the council debt, and tell us how you intend to build support for future local government finances at NCC, especially over the medium-term periods which have been under your control.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Well, I certainly won't apologise for having pursued something which independent report by Deloitte told us would save us £27 million a year. It certainly didn't say that it would take decades, as you've just asserted, to bear fruit and to deliver savings. It actually said that in the first 5 years, net of all the setup and transition costs, it would save 55 million in the first 5 years alone, and would then save us at least £27 million per year every year. And I won't apologise for believing that that's £27 million a year that should be spent on delivering services to our residents rather than on duplicated bureaucracy. It's not the case that we're at the very bottom of the list. It's not the case at all. The letter that's been referred to and the quote that I read out from it is quite encouraging on us to continue putting together the business case that we're currently updating. And it's quite right that we should continue to update that, because the sooner we can put that straightforward business case to government and to the public, the better. Nobody wants to see services cut in this council. Nobody wants to see taxes raised. There will need to be a combination of both of those next February to deliver the kind of budget that we need to take us forward. But I'm confident in the work that's been going on just this week and over the last several months with officers and colleagues within my group, that we will get to a budget that is acceptable, that finds the right balance between improving services, between saving some of the services that we have, and keeping the council tax rises down to a minimum. But there will be council tax rises, as we've said before. So I'm confident that we'll get to that point of a balanced budget. It's what we said at the last Finance Committee meeting, Councillor Pringle, and we had a constructive debate about it then. Look forward to that continuing through the rest of the year. I say again to members right across the council, anyone has any great ideas that are going to be the financial saving of this council, bring them forward. But I have to say, my inbox isn't exactly heaving with them at the moment. So I look forward to ongoing dialogue through Finance Committee. I look forward either to your support for the budget we'll present in February, or to your constructive alternative that's actually workable.
Thank you, Councillor. Moving to question number 6, which is from Councillor Kevin Rostons regarding local government review update on the public engagement. Councillor Cutts to reply. Councillor Rostons. Councillor Rostons.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Question for the Leader of the Council. At Policy Committee on 16th of September, it was agreed to commission an independent social research company to undertake engagement on work on the Council's behalf. This was to gather views of the Nottinghamshire public and business community on the development of proposals for unitary local government across the County Council's administrative area. Whilst this work is ongoing and final outcomes will be reported at a later stage, will the Leader bring the Council up to date on the work taking place and the response so far? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Cutts.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Rostons. We have indeed commissioned an independent social research company to help us garner views on the future arrangements for local government in Nottinghamshire. ORS, a company with a strong track record in this field, have designed our engagement work to ensure that it's both objective and transparent. Our work with ORS can be summarised as follows. A public questionnaire has been widely publicised and made available via the Your Nottinghamshire, Your Future microsite, which is found on the County Council's main website. It is designed to garner initial views on the current arrangements and potential future changes. The questionnaire is supported by an information leaflet that provides lots of background detail on local government in the county and explains why it's both necessary and appropriate for us to explore whether there is a better way to do things. In addition to being available online, both the questionnaire and leaflet are available in hard copy in all of our 60 libraries. And so far, we have had over 3,000 responses, which indicates that we have been successful in publicising this work and that the public are keen to express their views. The questionnaire remains open until the 19th of October. In addition, we have organised a series of engagement events for town and parish councils, the voluntary and community sector and local businesses, and have communicated these widely across 3 networks. COVID means that these events will be virtual, of course, but up to date, the council has 2 town and parish events took place earlier this week on the 13th and 14th of October. The voluntary sector forum took place yesterday on the 14th of October, and the business forum took place earlier today. In all cases, I understand that these events, independently facilitated by ORS, were well attended by representatives from across the county. Lastly, we have arranged for one-to-one interviews to take place with senior representatives of a number of the county's key partner agencies, including the police, the fire service, health and education partners, and these are currently underway. The valuable feedback we gather from this activity will be incorporated into the work which we began with firmer proposals, which we began to develop with firmer proposals for the future shape of local government in Nottinghamshire for consideration by councillors in due course.
Thank you. Councillor Rostons, do you have a supplementary?
No supplementary, Chairman. Thank you very much indeed.
Councillor Carr, you're indicating that you have a standing order.
Yeah, standing order 86, point of order, Mr. Chairman. Is it appropriate for the leader of the council to be talking about the success or what not of a consultation that is still ongoing? And also, perhaps you could confirm, does she think it's an absolute complete waste of people's money to carry on spending their hard-earned money on something that has ceased to be? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, but I don't think the leader needs to have to respond to that. I'm now moving to questions 7 and 8, which will be taken together by Councillor Tony Harper. The first is from Councillor Vise concerning the lack of government reform in adult social care. And the second, number 8, is from Councillor Drozny about the lack of government reform and funding in social care. Councillor Wise.
Thank you, Chair. Does the Chair share my sense of disappointment regarding this government's complete failure to produce the desperately needed proposals for social care reform? In particular, how social care will be funded in the future, which would give our residents some much needed clarity and reassurance about our ability as an authority to continue providing high quality care for our elderly residents and vulnerable residents across the county.
Thank you. Councillor Zadrodzny.
Thank you, Chairman. Nottinghamshire County Council currently spends millions of pounds more a year on social care than it raises in council tax. Who does she blame for the black hole in council finances? The 7 borough and district councils, or the failure of the government to publish the Green Paper on social care reform 6 times?
Thank you. Councillor Harper to reply, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Councillors Wise and Zadrodzny, for your important questions, as this is a subject I feel very passionate about. Mr. Chairman, if Councillor Wise hadn't used such extreme language, I would have wholeheartedly agreed with her. And this is the problem when party political point scoring is apparently more important than working together. Yes, I am very disappointed that in October 2020 we're still waiting desperately needed proposals on the future of social care funding. You're fully aware of my comments and campaigning on this subject. Councillor Richard Jackson has emphasised the importance of this on numerous occasions, including during his budget presentation this year. The reality is that successive Labour and Conservative governments have kicked this can down the road for at least 30 years, despite commissioning numerous reviews and consulting the public several times.
Although the suggested solutions to social care funding have varied in detail from one review to another, the fundamental truth has remained the same. The assumptions made around life expectancy and health and social care funding requirements, which were made when the NHS and social care system first came into being, they've long since become outdated and unsustainable. Life expectancy has dramatically increased since those days, thanks to advances in medical science and the technology now available to help people live longer and more comfortably despite severe health conditions. The problem is that the system expected to fund these fantastic advances in science and life expectations, but the funding has not evolved to match. There is no question that in order to sustain health and social care services in the future, people will either have to pay more indirect taxation or take more responsibility for meeting some of their own medical costs, probably both, or probably other schemes that have been looked at, like insurance. Now, that is a difficult message to communicate to the public, especially the older generations who were sold the myth of free health and social care system. Any government has to tell people the truth, but nobody wants to grasp that nettle. And this isn't surprising, because on the few occasions any recent government has tentatively tried to open a mature discussion with the public, their political opponents have undermined it, telling the public what they want to hear rather than what they need to know. Now, I'm not singling out any one party for blame. I'm making that quite clear. At different times, I think they've all been as bad as each other in their short-term political opportunism. But the result is that whoever is in power has made no real decisions on this issue. The consequence of this dangerous game of pass the parcel, at least with regard to social care, and that's what I'm dealing with here, is that councils across the country have to perform ever more impressive financial gymnastics to bridge an ever more unsustainable gap between funding and need. And also in relation to Councillor Zadrozny's question, the Ashfield Independents are perhaps thinking nothing to do with us. We've never been in government. But actually, in their eagerness to take a sideswipe relating to local government reorganisation, they've shown themselves to be just as culpable. The fact is that for social care to be sustainable in the future, we need greater financial contributions, one way or the other, from the people receiving that care. And if we had a single unitary local authority structure that makes much more efficient use of public money, bringing together all elements of social care and associated support services under one roof, achieving economies of scale and having more money to pump into social care. However, for reasons of either self-interest, political expediency, it doesn't matter, they work to delay or oppose this. Chairman, while ever politicians at national and local level kick the can down the road in terms of social care reform and local government reform, then the financial situation for councils will become more and more unsustainable. While ever politicians mislead the public to think that if we carry on as we are, everything will be fine, then those politicians of whichever party and group, I'm not singling anybody out, the people they represent are all collectively responsible for this situation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Wise, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just bringing the situation down to the present reality in Nottinghamshire. In the recent or the last Age UK's research regarding the numbers of older people, that's people over 65, who are struggling without any help with everyday tasks like getting out of bed, washing themselves, doing their shopping, moving around the house. There are about 1.6 million nationally. That's about 1 in 7 of people over 65. My question to the Chair is, how do these numbers play out in Nottinghamshire? And what is your plan to protect these people, given the absence of the white paper?
Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying, Muriel. and I am fully sympathetic of this. I have a close relationship in my division with Help the Aged. I've been there and volunteered with them. I've given them a lot of money out of my divisional grant. So I do understand that the problem that elderly people have got, and basically I'm not that far off myself. So I do understand the problem, and we will work together to do whatever we can to help these aged people. And as you're fully aware of, Muriel, we're doing the co-production project at the moment, where we're meeting with outside agencies, with people such as Help the Aged, Age Concern, people like this, to help them through their problems. So yes, it is a problem, you're exactly right, and yes, we're doing everything we can to help. And if you've got suggestions how we can help even more, then please let me have them outside the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Drosny, do you have a supplementary, please?
Thank you, Chairman. This council, Mr. Harper, spends over 12 million more a year on social care than it raises in council tax. It is true to say that during the coronavirus, these costs rocketed for obvious reasons. The failure of the government to publish the Green Paper on social care has had a massive impact on council finances and has directly led to a massive chunk of this council's financial problem. Many of the most vulnerable and in need have been directly affected, but, Councillor Harper, this council has chosen not to condemn the Conservative government, nor lobby for this to be resolved, because, as the leader has previously stated, it's not your job to lobby government. So you've deliberately, just again, scapegoated borough and district councils. But as Councillor Girling said in the Newark and Stewart Advertiser, there is little or no evidence for this. So whose fault are our financial problems? The government, who have failed to legislate on social care and ask millions from our budgets, or the borough and district councils who rescued this county during the coronavirus lockdown because the response of this county was so ineffective? And I mentioned unitary sycophants before, Councillor Harper, and I apologise for not including you in that. You recently had a column written for you by this council's expensive spin doctors. Do you regret now having words put into your mouth that fly in the face of the opinions of your Conservative colleagues? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Drosny obviously wasn't listening to what I just said, because I made it quite clear that I've campaigned, I've lobbied, and most of the people in this council know and understand the amount of effort, work and time I've put into lobbying government ministers. I can't speak for the leader, I'm speaking as myself, and I've been in front of this council and given a long list of people in government, in local authorities that I've lobbied to push for better funding for adult social care. And other people in this council have congratulated me for all my hard work. So I take it as a bit of a slur, really, that I'm being told that I haven't done that when I quite clearly have. And I gave a good explanation. I made a point of saying how very disappointed I am with the government and with every other government in the lack of funding for adult social care. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Harper. Right, I have time for only one question, and that's from Councillor Plant regarding profits made by independent foster care organisations, and will be answered by Councillor Philip Owen. Councillor Plant.
Yeah, hello. Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, my question is for the Chair of the Children and Young People's Committee. We continue to see a consistent overspend in the children and young people's budget, arising from the increasing cost for our looked after children. Does the Chair of the CYP Committee agree with me that the profits made by independent foster care organisations and private children's homes are completely unacceptable when every upper tier local authority is struggling to support increased numbers of looked after children, numbers that will more than likely be exacerbated by the COVID crisis? Thank you.
Councillor Owen, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Last but not least, or is it saving the best till last? I don't know which, but I'd like to thank Councillor Plant for her question. First, we should recognise that there are several private agencies who recruit foster carers, and that those foster carers do a very good and valuable job providing vulnerable children with a stable background which greatly enhances their life chances. I'm not going to go down the old Labour line that any company or agency which makes a degree of profit from providing this type of service is bad or run by nasty people. In an area of high demand, such as foster care, a mixed economy of public and private sector provision, regulated in the right way, can help to ensure we have the optimum capacity of good quality foster care available. However, and this is where I agree with the thrust of Councillor Plant's question, if either of those two sectors begin to work against each other rather than with each other, this becomes detrimental to the interests of children and taxpayers alike. Nottinghamshire County Council is making a determined effort to recruit more foster carers, as members and the general public will no doubt be aware from our Giving Local Children routes advertisements throughout the county. One aspect of this campaign is to make people aware of their potential to be foster carers, where they may not previously have considered the idea or recognised the mutual benefit it can offer to their own lives and that of the fostered child. The other aspect is that we must provide sufficient financial incentives and support for taking on this duty, because no matter how much a person or a family wants to give back to society, we all have bills to pay. Our lives must be financially sustainable. It is entirely normal that those people wishing to commit their time to being foster carers will be attracted to sign up with councils or private agencies who offer the best financial rewards for their work. But sadly, this has led to what could be described as a price war, or more accurately, a fee war between the public and private sector. As part of our recruitment drive, we have increased the fees we pay in order to attract new foster carers. But the reality is that some private providers respond by effectively gazumping us, not only making it harder to attract new recruits, but in some cases poaching from us foster carers who we have trained at the public expense. This leaves us with a shortage of foster carers, meaning we have to rely too heavily on those private providers who duly recover their initial outlay by charging the council and therefore the taxpayer more for each private placement we are forced to use. Last year, I wrote to ministers and local MPs stating my view that the answer may be to introduce some type of legally binding cap on what the independent sector can charge. Otherwise, councils will be forced to spend excessive and escalating amounts of money to meet their statutory duties to look after children. My desire is not to eliminate private foster care provision, but to regulate the situation so that a mixed economy of private and public sector foster care provision can continue in a sustainable, complementary way that delivers the greatest possible number of good quality foster care placements for our vulnerable children, whilst also protecting the taxpayer and this council from increasing costs. Councillor Plant is correct that the current fee war I have described was one of the many pressures on the children's budget, even before we were confronted by COVID. But by no means are we alone. Some 96% of local authority children's services overspent last year, and Nottinghamshire County Council is currently forecasting a 1.3% non-COVID overspend, which compares very favourably with other local authorities across the East Midlands and the country. It is true, nevertheless, that looked after children costs are going up. It is costing more per child, and more children have become looked after by Nottinghamshire County Council, an increase from around 800 to 950 over the past 2 years, which amounts to 18% compared with the East Midlands increase of 23%. Therefore, any financial or regulatory action central government can take to alleviate those pressures has to be welcomed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Councillor Plant, do you wish to have a supplementary?
Well, yes, I do actually. Thank you. I am pleased to see that actually Councillor Owen does agree with some of what I've said. But I think one of the main points that he made was that the mixed economy needs to be regulated. And that's just simply not what is not happening. we are talking about the private sector making huge profits on the backs of our most vulnerable children. Some independent foster carers organisations cost up to £300 more than our internal foster carers. And I am not criticising our internal foster care system at all. I know that we work very, very hard to get foster carers within Nottinghamshire. And thank you for that. And obviously, the foster carers themselves do a brilliant job. It's just difficult, I know that, to get enough of them. But
can you form your supplementary in the form of a question, please?
Yes, well, I'm sorry. Thank you, Chair. I will get there. I mean, I don't take up as much time as many councillors on this council do, so I will get to my question. And obviously, in terms of children's homes, the private sector make thousands of pounds of profit per month for any children that we have to put in them. So this issue will not go away, and it really does need addressing. Councillor Owen did say that he has written to the appropriate government minister, but I would ask him again, could Councillor Owen inform the council what else he can do as chair of the Children Young People Committee to persuade the Conservative government to take action to improve this morally wrong and for the Children Young People's budgets financially unsustainable situation? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Owen.
Yes, I thank Councillor Plant for her supplementary question. What more we can do, and we are doing, is to try to recruit more foster carers employed by the county council. That really is the crux of the issue. If we had far more foster carers coming to work for the county council, market forces, a good old conservative philosophy, would be brought to bear and costs would fall. So that's what we are seeking to do, to recruit a lot more foster carers. But it is difficult, and I make no apologies for saying that. What I'm also going to be doing, I'm working through East Midlands councils, because I think a joint approach from East Midlands councils through the lead member network, because we're all in the East Midlands, and I suspect across the whole country, in a similar situation, and we have been very successful as East Midlands councils in getting more money in from local, from national government for our high needs budget, and also for unaccompanied asylum seeker children. We were successful in getting more, not enough, but more money in. So there are a number of things that we are doing and can do and will do. But I want to send out a message, Chairman, to anyone that's listening. Please consider whether or not you can become a foster carer, because that is the way forward to recruit far more foster carers for this authority. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. That concludes the questions to the committee chairman. 22 questions that will set. 13 questions haven't been dealt with, and they will be dealt with by a written response. I'm now...
Chairman, on a point of clarification, if I may.
Yes, Councillor Rhodes.
Thank you. Question 10 was actually an important question and relates to an earlier debate that we had when we were promised an answer to a question I raised in the Governance and Ethics report. Clearly, this question is not going to be asked now, and I understand that we've exceeded the hour, and you will no doubt exercise your ruling as chairman to close questions. Can I ask, therefore, I'm sorry about my dogs interfering with the meeting, by the way. It's one of the perils of working from home. Can I ask that the answer to this question, the written answer, is circulated to all members of the council, please?
Yes, I have no problems with that. I've in actual fact allowed you not just an hour, you've gone over an hour and 10 minutes, so I've been generous in the 10 minutes that's been taken. But no, I take your point, and we will ensure that you get that response. Thank you. Moving then on to question 11, please, which is notion of motions. I have 3 in front of me. Can I point out before we start that the mover and seconder of a motion is given 10 minutes to speak when moving the motion. Members will be given 5 minutes. And again, members are subjected, if they are not discussing the motion under the discussion. So the first one is motion 1, and it's by Councillor Tom Hollis and Councillor Jason Zadrodny. Councillor Hollis, are you still proposing it?
I am, Mr. Chairman. I can begin by reading the motion.
Thank you.
This council notes that the infrastructure in Hucknall is already struggling from the lack of medical provision, school places, and the roads are gridlocked. In recent years, there's been a huge number of housing developments in the area. We therefore call for the leader of Nottinghamshire County Council to hold an urgent meeting with the leaders of Ashfield District and Gedling Borough Council to work together to ensure the local infrastructure in Hucknall and Gedling is improved in the area affected by the future developments.
Thank you. Councillor Zadrodny, are you seconding the motion?
I'll happily second that, Chair, and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Right. Councillor Hollis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In moving this notice of motion, can I thank Ashfield District Councillors David Shaw, Lee Walters and John Wilmot for their input and assistance that this motion came before this council. We put a similar motion before Ashfield District in February this year. Seems a long time ago. We were pleased that it received unanimous support for this motion from all councillors, including Councillors Kevin Rostons and Councillor Philip Rostons. What this motion does is call for the leader of Nottinghamshire County Council to hold an urgent meeting with the leaders of Ashfield District Council and Gedling Borough Council, and for them to work together to ensure the local infrastructure in Hucknall and Gedling is improved in the area affected by future developments. In proposing this motion, I note the decision of Nottinghamshire County Council to improve the submission of application for outline planning permission at Topwigay Farm in Hucknall for mixed-use development comprising of 805 homes and land for employment purposes. The issue here is that the land falls over the border in Gedling, but the effect of this application and expected others will see sections of 106 monies going to Gedling Borough Council, but the effect will be on the Hucknall community. As this motion states, Mr. Chairman, Hucknall is already struggling from the lack of medical provision, school places and the roads are gridlocked. One GP surgery in Watnall Road, Hucknall, has an astonishing 12,000 registered locals there. Getting an appointment there is a nightmare and nigh on impossible. The medical needs of Hucknall residents is being put on the back burner in the pursuit of the pound. Looking at our roads, not just the state of them, but the fact they already can't cope with the existing traffic. I want to read you a statement today, Mr. Chairman, issued by Councillor John Wilmot, District Councillor, a former member of this authority, and an Ashfield Independent Councillor for Hucknall North. In introduction, John is the person who has been doing Ben Bradley's job for the last few years, who, let's face it, Mr. Chairman, only remains a county councillor for the money and to prop up the lame duck administration. Here is what Councillor Wilmot had to say.
Councillor Hollis, Councillor Hollis, I will interrupt you. I think insults for insult's sake are not this council is not the place for them. Now, will you please carry on? But can we please respect our other colleagues?
There's been an issue when I was in Nottinghamshire County Council some 3.5 years ago. Then I asked this council how much resources for the many millions of pounds this authority will receive for the sale of the land would be given to Hucknall to help pay for the extra infrastructure that will be required to accommodate the extra residents that will be using Hucknall's facilities. The answer was a resounding nothing. It was also asked how much of the Section 106 monies that Gedling Borough Council will receive will go towards the extra facilities that will be required in Hucknall for the same reason. The answer was nothing. I obtained a petition from Hucknall residents with over 1,500 signatures asking for the new health centre in Hucknall to accommodate the many extra residents that will be moving to the area over the next few years. The Clinical Commission Group chose to ignore this, and I got no support from this council. They all chose to ignore the people of Hucknall, but do not forget the electorate will remember all of this. It's not long ago that Wyburn Medical Practice, a very well organised surgery in Hucknall, closed its books to new patients. Although it's now taking new patients, it cannot possibly take the amount that will be coming into the area over the next few years, as a new medical centre for Hucknall is absolutely essential. What can I see for the future of people of Hucknall? Roads gridlocked, schools full, under-resourced, utilities overstretched, medical treatment hard to find, policing under-resourced, and businesses struggling. So come on, county councillors, do the right thing and give us the resources that we need and what the people deserve. Hucknall people are hard working but need help. The county council can provide this help. So get your hands in your pockets, councillors, and do the right thing. Support a growing town that was put on its knees when the pits closed in the 80s. Put its fighting back. It just needs the county council that will help put the town of Hucknall back on its feet. The district council is making every effort to support the town with new leisure facilities, a new cinema, extra rubbish collections, new park facilities and many more improved services. But Gedling Borough Council needs to work with Ashfield District Council and this county council to support local residents. That is from Councillor John Wilmot. So we look forward to joining us on this council in May. And as John said, we all need to work together. That's why an urgent meeting with the leaders of Ashfield District Council and Gedling Borough Council to work together to ensure local infrastructure in Hucknall and Gedling is improved in the area affected by any future developments. I am pleased to propose this motion and finally give Hucknall residents a voice on this council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Before I open up for a discussion and debate, I'm getting more and more concerned as the day has gone on in the use that members are putting the chat system on through. Can I ask you to exercise caution in how you use the chat facility? It's a public meeting that we're at, and it's neither open nor transparent to the public to be conducting the side conversations or making comments in the chat function that they can't see. So again, please consider wisely what you are putting on and why you are putting things on. Councillor Bairnsfather.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. The Conservative and Mansfield Independent Administration have an amendment to this, and I'd ask perhaps that it be put up on the screen before I speak to it.
Just checking, I think we have got A1. Sarah? Right, thank you. Would you talk us through this one, please?
It would be helpful, I think, for members to actually see it, Chairman.
It should be on people's screens at the moment.
Thank you. Then I'll speak to our amendment. Chairman, members may recall that as long ago as September 2015, Councillor Philip Owen tabled a motion at full council not dissimilar to the one we have before us today. And whilst I have it here in front of me, time precludes me from reading it in full. Philip's motion highlighted the concerns of Hucknall residents about the Top Wigay development. It recognised the demands this could place on county council services like highways, education and public health. Philip's motion asserted that these essential services, which cross local government boundaries and tiers, must take priority over any other plans to use developer contributions to fund facilities in Gedling Borough. But the motion, having duly debated, was defeated by Labour in a recorded vote by 32 to 30 votes. Perhaps unsurprisingly, given that Gedling Borough was then, and is now, a Labour-controlled authority. Today's motion from Councillor Hollis identifies similar concerns about Hucknall's infrastructure. Chairman, I have spoken to the 3 elected Conservative county councillors for Hucknall, who fully recognise the fact that there are significant pressures on the town's infrastructure, current and potential future housing developments. As indeed do I, as the member representing the adjacent Newstead division within Gedling. Top Wigger is, of course, outside of Hucknall and in my division, and is designed to be a relatively self-sufficient settlement with its own primary school, shops and a community centre, as well as employment opportunities for local people. But yes, the residents who occupy those 805 dwellings will use surrounding services in both Ashfield and Gedling. Those services must therefore have sufficient capacity to cope, whether they are provided by Nottinghamshire County Council, Gedling Borough or Ashfield District Council. For Nottinghamshire County Council's part, we are already working hard to improve the services for which we are directly responsible, and I am sure colleagues will wish to address those issues in due course. Councillor David Martin has previously described Top Wigger infrastructure funding in the media as a bone of contention, stating, "I like the site as a whole, but again Ashfield is at the behest of Gedling where Section 106 money is concerned." But Chairman, there is an irony in the motion before us from the Ashfield Independents, as there is a direct contradiction between the concerns they raise here and their recent campaign to delay or outright oppose the creation of a unitary authority, which would of course have the power to resolve this problem. Their motion calls for the leaders of a county council, a borough council and a district council to work together to resolve the Hucknall infrastructure issues. But surely these issues exist precisely because we have three separate councils in the equation. Each council delivers different but potentially complementary services, and understandably, each defends its own territorial and administrative interests. And of course, the situation is aggravated further because the three councils are each under the control of a different political grouping. There could scarcely be a better illustration of the flaws within and ultimately the failure of the current two-tier government system and a planning system cobbled together around it. Nobody disputes the public interest in delivering good quality, good value infrastructure for a town like Hucknall. But that public interest is currently compromised by a two-tier local government and planning system which actively encourages petty, self-interested disputes and yes, sometimes gridlock between different councils. In this case, there is wrangling over how developer contributions are collected, distributed and deployed to fund new infrastructure. One example of the many and varied disputes and miscommunications created by a two-tier system, which prevent us all working as effectively as we should for our communities and the people who elect us. So I have to honestly ask, where is the consistency in the Ashfield Independents asking the county council leader to call a meeting to discuss a problem caused by the two-tier system at the same time as they work against any move towards a unitary structure which would at a stroke remove this conflict? This motion does make me think somewhat of teacher being asked to intervene in a spat between two squabbling, recalcitrant children in the school playground. But if that is what it will take to properly serve the needs of the residents of Hucknall and the new Top Wigger development, then that is what we are prepared to do. Chairman, I formally move the amendment before you.
Thank you. Can I just confirm, Councillor Rostons, are you seconding the motion?
I am happy to second the amendment to the motion and reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. The motion has now been circulated to all members, and I propose a 10-minute adjournment to allow Councillor Hollis, etc., to consider the motion. So it's now 15:15, so if I say 25 past, I would prefer you back earlier, but I will go to 25 past. The council is adjourned.
I can really recommend being a foster carer for Notts County Council. There's always someone walking the journey alongside you, whether that's other foster carers or social workers. It really helps to provide stability and consistency for children who really need it, and that's really rewarding as a foster carer.
Roger and I have been fostering for 35 years. We do deal with challenges, but to say we've been doing it for 35 years to me proves that it's not impossible. We learn an awful lot from these young people, and even now we're still learning.
As a foster family, we care, we want to make a difference, and we get so much fulfilment from fostering. The satisfaction of making a difference is something that money can't buy. Just seeing the smiles on the children's faces and helping them reach their potential is wonderful.
We work as family workers within the fostering service for Nottinghamshire County Council.
I really enjoy my work. I really enjoy meeting lots of different foster carers.
You know, we get to know the families, we get to know the kids, and we care, basically. It's important as it is to them that the kids are getting the support that they need.
A lot of people said to me they would like to be a foster carer, but there's something stopping them. I had that as well. And we decided just to jump in and do it and see what happened. And for us, it's been the best decision we've ever made.
It's been a fantastic decision, it really has, yes.
Once people start to become a foster carer and take that leap to do it, they'll understand how much it gives back, not just to the child, but how much it empowers you as well.
I'm Leon, I'm a care leaver, and I've been in care since I was 8. I've been with the same parents since, and they're amazing. Like, they are my foster parents, but I do class them as my parents, my mum and dad. All a child wants really from a family is to be supported, loved and cared for, and know they're there because they're wanted. From personal experience, I know the difference it's made for my life.
We always say that we foster as a whole family. It's not just us who are the carers, our children are involved in that. And even now, people express concern about the effect on our birth children of foster caring. I think we need to kind of get past that and dispel that myth, because actually the overall effect on our children, I think, is positive. They're learning new skills, they're gaining empathy, they're interacting with children from different backgrounds. For a long time, we didn't make use of support care, and we wanted our child to settle into our placement and not feel pushed out, but it's actually been really helpful for us to start to have support care.
We've known Zoe for a number of years, and it's meant that we got to know her foster child. So for her, it's been like coming for a sleepover rather than a feeling she's coming to another family. I got into fostering for Notts County Council, and it was something that I've always wanted to do. But working full time, and my husband also working full time, we thought it's not really going to be something we can do now. But after looking at the website, we realised there was this wonderful thing called support care that we were able to offer. It might surprise you, but actually I'm under 30. I don't have any children of my own, and that doesn't stop you from being a foster carer.
I think some people don't go into foster care because they think it's going to be really costly to have another child living in their house, but actually the fostering allowance is generous enough to cover all the costs of having a child living with you.
We have a lot of fun on the weekends when we have foster children in. We get to go to parks, ice skating, children's events, trampoline in parks like I Jump.
We get access to the Max card, which is a discount card for foster carers and their children to access different local amenities. Also recently we went on holiday and we were able to use the Max card to get free access to some castles and historical places because it's a national initiative.
We chose to go with Notts County Council because of the support care that was offered and the training. And it's always local to Nottinghamshire. My parents are foster carers for an agency, and they found it really difficult to get support care for their child.
My name's Lynn. I am now a support foster carer. We were mainstream carers, but given our ages, we felt that we couldn't commit to children for long term anymore. We just find it really rewarding, the relationships we build up with these young people, and we feel we're perhaps a bit like grandparents to them. With the children coming here for weekends, this enables their mainstream carers to have a break, and this makes things more secure perhaps for the children to continue there. I work with my supervising social worker to sort out the dates. She comes out to see us every month and it's all very relaxed. I find Robin really easy to speak to. She listens to my concerns and I value what she is saying to me in return.
The benefits of a supervising social worker are always having someone to contact. There is also emergency duty team that they can contact on a weekend and out of hours. I think the times that it gets difficult is when, you know, she's supported a child for a long time and then they're either moving on out of area or they're moving on because they've reached the age of 18, you know, and she has to say goodbye to that child, so that can be always emotionally draining. Generally, it's staying in touch so they know that you do care about them and you are concerned, you know, that the impact that something like that has had on them.
You do feel fully supported. It's like working in a team. We still even now go on training sessions. I almost look forward to those sessions because you meet other foster carers there and it's very interesting. I've always fostered with my husband, who's brilliant, and I feel personally I couldn't do it without him. He's super with the kids and it's just something we continue to enjoy doing. A lot of our friends feel at the ages we are we shouldn't be doing it, but it's a way of life for us now.
I'm Mark, I'm a foster carer dad in the family. I'm the fun dad, if you like. I've tried to be anyway, try to be.
And I'm Amy, a foster carer. So we have 4 children of our own and then we foster younger children into our family. Being a foster carer is a devastating privilege. It's devastating that children have to be in this situation, and yet what a privilege that we are able to help them.
Yeah.
When you foster as a family. I think it's very important that everybody in your house is involved. And even though we have 4 children of our own, we don't find that a challenge, we find that quite an easy thing to do. Daniel particularly, he's older and he sees more and he understands more because he's older, and he feels that it's given him an insight as to when he's older and he has his own children. Whenever a placement ends, we always ask them, do you want to do it again? Would you like another child? And it's always yes. And even though we've had the sadness maybe of a child leaving, and they are sad when a child leaves, the positive that we get out of it, they get to see, as we do, the happiness when a child leaves us, and that inspires them as well to want to do it again and again and again, as well as us.
When a child leaves, it's sad for us, but it's happy for them.
The biggest thing for us has been the support network, because if it wasn't for them, I don't think we would be able to carry on. I think it's a big, big thing to know that there's always someone there if you've ever got problems. And for our children, they really enjoy the events that we attend. We've been quite surprised at actually the amount of events there are for
barbecues and picnics and
local supports
and Foster's Got Talent. We've been to the Christmas do's and the sons and daughters events here today are fantastic for our children. They really enjoy it, and I think it's a lovely thing for them to do.
And it's very empowering for them to know that they're appreciated as a child in a foster family.
Are allocated to new foster carers so that we can give them support and advice before they get their new placement. So we might go out and give them some advice around therapeutic parenting and kind of build up their foster carer toolkit before they begin.
Yeah, and we've got an idea of obviously the child who's being placed with them, so that we can tell them some background about that particular child.
We find that children that have experienced trauma or have attachment needs are more responsive to therapeutic parenting than your average parenting. So that's very much what we encourage our foster carers to do.
Theraplay is obviously a form of therapeutic parenting. A lot of the foster children, their early life experiences of being quite sad, really. They haven't had any compliments. Nobody's ever said that they've got nice eyes. Nobody's said that the hair's nice. So that is something that we always start off to build their self-esteem.
Yeah, there's lots of nurturing activities, so tactile, you know, skin to skin contact, eye contact.
Right, thank you. There is a hum on the system. We'll have a look at it while we're trying to work on. Sorry? Right. Councillor Longden, can you switch off? I think you're the problem at the minute. Thank you. Right. Councillor Hollis.
Hello, everyone. It's Richard. Are you still with us, or did you get?
Councillor Butler,
Yeah,
can you put yourself on mute?
Councillor Butler, can you go on to mute?
I want to check with you. Hang on. I pressed the wrong button.
Thank you. Right. Okay. Let's have another go. Councillor Hollis, are you accepting the amendment, please?
Accepting the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry?
Accepting the amendment.
You are accepting it?
We are.
Right, thank you. We'll then go forward then, please. Councillor Carr, you're speaking, don't forget, to the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's a good decision by the Ashfield Independent Group to accept the amendment. And I think it's a good amendment, but not for the reasons that Councillor Barnfather said. And, you know, if we have to spend now until next May saying that everything's due to the fact that we haven't got unitary authority, it's going to get very boring, because it's not going to happen before the next election. It's not going to happen before a long time. But, and I think the use of words banging to heads together of the local district authorities is hugely patronising, but it would be good to have somebody there on a mediation basis, and if that's the county council, I've got no problem with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I should have said the amended motion that we're talking about. Councillor Philip Rostance, again, you're speaking to the amended motion, please.
Thank you, Chairman. No, thank you very much indeed. And it's really good to hear that Councillor Hollis and Zadrosny have accepted the motion, and thank them for putting the original motion forward and taking such an interest in Hucknall. I must say I've seen a lot of them in Hucknall lately, and it's a shame you never stop by for a cup of tea, but I suppose that the COVID restrictions wouldn't allow it at the minute anyway. But you're absolutely right. Infrastructure in Hucknall is struggling, and it is a concern. And as you've stated in this motion and in the original motion, we are being hit by big developments, not only the Top Wiggy one, but ones all over Hucknall and all of our borders. And these have been approved by both Ashfield District Council and Gedling Borough Councils. And it is before we've got sufficient infrastructure in place to cope with it. We're being overwhelmed at present, and it is putting immense pressure on our roads and services. But it doesn't mean that we're not working extremely hard behind the scenes to try and catch up with this demand. To say Hucknall doesn't have a voice, Tom, I'm a little bit disappointed to hear you say that, Councillor Hollis. But we do have a number of road infrastructure projects in the pipeline. I'm personally working on quite a few with the officers, and some of which we hope to roll out later this year, which will improve movement all over the town. This year alone, we're investing around £390,000 in road infrastructure projects alone, which include a number of pedestrian and highway improvements. But rest assured, we'll continue to push for bigger improvements in Hucknall. But as you say in the motion, a lot lies with the districts, both boroughs, the city council, who all border Hucknall and all need to play their part. You mentioned in the motion about school places, and again, this is something I've raised with Councillor Owen in the past, and he continues to provide assurances that demand is and will continue to be met. And I'm sure if you ask him nicely, he will go into this in much more detail and much more eloquently than I ever could. Medical provision, healthcare, again, something that is a big concern, something that the MP Mark Spence has been pressing incredibly hard for. He's held numerous meetings with the CCG and other medical professions. And as you're aware, a business case has been submitted to provide a new medical centre in Hucknall. The bid, which is for government funding, has been delayed due to COVID reasons, but we hope to have some positive news, and we're still pushing forward for this. So to sum up, Chairman, yeah, fully support this amended motion. Hucknall's infrastructure is a concern, but we do have a number of projects in the pipeline. We'll continue to work incredibly hard, but cross-authority workings are really what is needed here to help catch up with the increase in demand. But fully support this amended motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Bosniak, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to mention something because unfortunately I'm no longer Chair of the Health and Wellbeing Board, but when I was Chair of the Health and Wellbeing Board, we did a fantastic exercise on spatial planning. And that was where the County Council and the District Council, as well as the Health and Wellbeing Board, got to look at the Lyndhurst development in Mansfield to look for where we needed schools, where we needed a health service, whether it was a GP service or whether it was a health and wellbeing unit. We also looked at where we wanted green open spaces for healthy living. And that was a real success. So it just demonstrates what can be achieved without the need for unitary authorities. And quite frankly, if we keep harking back to unitaries being the only solution, we miss out on the possibilities of achieving what we did at the Lyndhurst development. So basically, that's all I wanted to say about this. But sadly, I'm no longer Chair of the Health and Wellbeing Board. But whilst I was there, I did a cracking job. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doddy, please.
Yes, thanks very much indeed. I think Councillor Bosniak has almost been my introductory voice to the points that I wish to make. I'd like to thank Councillor Hollison-Zadrowski for bringing the motion, and it covers an enormous amount of areas, but in particular the overdevelopment of areas, the lack of infrastructure presented, and the inherent lack of medical provision that then ensues due to that lack of pre-preparation. Councillor Bosniak did indeed congratulate herself on the introduction in 2016 of the Health Spatial Planning and Health Framework. It was improved, I have to say, for the new one for 2019 to 2022. This is the updated Bosniak version, corrected, and I think you're absolutely right to bring it through. When it mentions in the amendment the need for the wider representatives, that's where the amendment comes in on its own, that the leaders of Nottinghamshire County Council do not necessarily have the ability to create a healthcare provision, to create a healthcare infrastructure, or indeed not only the medical side, but the health needs of the populations, which are equally as important as the medical needs, because most of health occurs outside medical centres. Something like 90% of our health occurs in the communities in which we live, and is not dictated necessarily by somebody building a health centre, and equally importantly does not depend on us waiting to get some government to build it for us. We can directly impact upon that. What I would like to say is it gives us the opportunity to say to our partners through the Health and Wellbeing Board, and Kevin Rostons, you are now the new chairman of the Health and Wellbeing Board, and you have a direct access to the people who should be taking responsibility for the lack of healthcare provision, which is the integrated care systems, which is the CCGs, and indeed the primary care networks, who have the responsibility for taking care of the direct medical health needs of those populations. You quite often get a lot of people complaining that nobody's taking care of any of this side of things, but they don't exercise the ability they have to request these organisations to intervene on their behalf at the earliest possible opportunity. Councillor Bosniak's quite right in that the Nottingham Spatial Planning and Health Framework required the earliest possible intervention at pre-development stages for all of the partners, which is not just the Nottinghamshire Health Authority, it's not just Nottinghamshire County Council, it's not just Ashfield, but it's all of the parties at the very earliest stage saying what are the health implication needs. And those needs are not just about houses, but it's about the quality of the houses. It's about how those houses affect health inequalities, about how they promote healthy living, about how they allow people access to cycle tracks, about how they decrease air pollution, about how they allow people to access a healthier form of life. And again, I go back to thanking Councillor Hollis for Councillor Drozdowski for introducing that whole concept into it, that the Nottinghamshire County Council cannot be responsible for how everybody leads their lives in isolation. They don't exist as an island, and it highlights without a shadow of a doubt in my mind that the responsibility for this is a wide responsibility. We need to engage the partnership networks. The Health Scrutiny Committee under Councillor Rostons should take it by the scruff of the neck and demand of the agencies involved to exercise their responsibility through the integrated care system, through the primary care networks, through CCGs, and hold them to account for failing to claim monies that would have been due under the old Section 106. Nationwide, there's something like £1.5 billion in unclaimed health development monies because of sheer lack of anybody making a pre-development contractual requirement on the people who are overdeveloping and under-medicalising and taking care of the health of those populations. And I'm going to say that that new responsibility falls heavily now on the shoulders of the new chairman of the Health and Wellbeing Board, Councillor Rostons, to save the people of Hucknall and provide proper services for them. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Donny. I have 5 further speakers. Councillor Rostons, do you wish, you reserve the right to speak, are you still wishing to have a speak, but it will be to the new amended motion?
I will speak after everyone else, please, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Chairman. I have every faith that what Councillor Duddy says will come true, and Councillor Rostons will, of course, save the people of Hucknall and all their medical needs. I have every faith that that will happen. I think it's absolutely right to accept that there are all sorts of problems, particularly traffic congestion, as well as the medical waiting list that exists within Hucknall. Part of the reason for the amendment, and quite right, I think, is that we do have to accept that there has been a lot of work done in this as well, particularly around education. We've obviously got Beardle Fields School, we've got the new school down at Rolls-Royce, new places being created at Holgate as well, where I used to be a governor, and there is good stuff happening. I think particularly the education complaints within the motion might need to look a little bit more into the data as to that, but certainly the other challenges are very much there and present. It's worth recognising some of the work that has happened, as I say, around schools, but also that some of the congestion is due to road improvement works, which is also welcome, although a short-term problem. But there's a big challenge with infrastructure, all of those things being built not in a timely manner. It always comes after the housing, and this is a major national problem as well as a local one. I remember when the Papplewick Green estate was first built, digging through the Section 106 agreement, which predates even Councillor Kevin Rostons, I think, on Ashfield District Council, and looking through some of the contractual agreements that had been made. You know, £100,000 for medical assistance for residents of the estate for healthcare, but they'd been promised a new doctor's surgery. I've never seen a doctor's surgery be built for £100,000. It just doesn't happen. And there was over-promising and under-delivering. They were promised football pitches, but there were no agreements made about the size of those football pitches or the quality. So for the first years of their life, they were totally unplayable. And these things don't tie up. And by the time we got to the point where we could fully see the results of that, the contracts were signed well before my time there, all the people who had signed them had left. And there was no accountability either to be able to go back to those and to hold anybody to account for not doing it properly. So I hope things have moved forward since then. Councillor Hollis, privately in the chat, Mr. Chairman, suggested that I should stand up against development and do something about it. I seem to remember going back to when these developments, Topwigay and the second phase of Papplewick Green, were coming forward, actually going back several years. And it was Councillor Barnfather and I, if I remember correctly, who represented the people of Hucknall and of Councillor Barnfather's Gedling side of the line to the planning inspector when we made the case around these Section 106 agreements and how that money needed to benefit Hucknall residents and not just all be given to Gedling. I don't remember seeing him there. I don't remember seeing any other political representatives there either. So it's a little bit rich of him to come out with that, given that his interest only appears to peak around election time. But I'll leave that where it is. It's absolutely right that people need to come together. I'm glad this has come forward. I'm glad this amendment is going to be made, and hopefully meetings can come together to discuss this further. Councillors Bosniak and Carr may not like it, but it is true what Councillor Barnfather said, that actually a lot of this could be resolved by having all of these decisions taken under one roof. And one of my arguments around unitary authority has always been that it makes no sense to have housing delivered by one authority and the infrastructure that comes with that housing delivered by a different one. It just is not logical. And this is part of the problem that stems from that. You end up with disparities in service. For example, Gedling Borough, I think, took on the community infrastructure levy and the financial benefits for that in terms of infrastructure, whilst Ashfield District Council didn't want to. And that left probably the people of Hucknall losing out on a bit of cash as well. So there's a lot of work to be done. Fully support the amendment and now the amended motion, and hopefully it will lead to some positive steps forward in terms of getting proper funding and support for that infrastructure.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I listened to the broad spectrum of opinions with interest, but recently in the past at policy, Councillor Barnfather's quite right. Let's just get to the bottom of it. So the three main things that really need looking at around this development on Wigate Farm is schooling, highways and health, and they are all under the County Council's remit. So the largest receipts from the sale of the land are in the County Council's remit. So it's only right for us to shout up about it in Ashfield, because it impacts on the residents of Ashfield, all of them, because they're the ones that will end up supporting some of the infrastructure problems and have to take on the impact of having 900 houses built at the bottom of the A611 there. So when I recently at policy, when I asked if the A611 improvements could be put onto the policy committee work programme, Councillor Cutts battered me down and said, no, you can't bring it back within 6 months. Well, it's never been to that committee. It went to communities and place under highways, and it's all right for us to have a survey to look at the Nottinghamshire Academy in Cotgrave and see what improvements we can do there. But what about Hucknall National? So these are all the things as a county councillor, not as an Ashfield district councillor, as a county councillor. These are the things that I'm asking for as a county councillor on the right committees in the right place, and that's where they should be coming from. And we will agree to this amendment because we all want one thing, and that is the best thing for the residents of Hucknall. And I welcome Councillor Doddy's speech particularly, because I'm glad Kevin Rostance is now the chairman, because he's going to be the one, Labour with the responsibility for finding another practice, because the Torkard practice and the Wyburn practice cope with around 25,000 residents, and now we're going to have another 900. Where are they going to go? The impact on Annesley itself is huge. You just moved the hub from off of Sherwood Business Park, adjacent to junction 27 of the M1, which is a major arterial route, and you're pushing it down the A611, where we already on a daily basis have major congestion. It's one of the worst roads in the county. I've asked about these things in the right places, policy, and the answer was no. So I'm looking forward to the responses. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Owen.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. If there is concern and alarm about the number of school places available, then that alarm and concern is being fanned quite unnecessarily without a tissue of justification. The County Council has a statutory responsibility to provide sufficient school places, and it meets that statutory responsibility. We have regular reports to committee concerning pressure points within the county over developments and the need for more school places in those areas. Not once, Chairman, not once has any member made any reference to there being a shortage of school places in the Hucknall area until now. And the reason I can be so confident is that I've got the latest pupil place planning information.
Point of order, Chairman.
Point of order, yes.
I brought that subject up at a recent policy committee.
We accept that. Carry on, please, Councillor.
Chairman, as I said, reports are provided to the children. If I didn't make it clear to Councillor Martin, reports are provided to the Children and Young People's Committee, which is the place where it is raised and discussed and plans made. Now, the projections show for that's the 2020 projections show that at secondary level there is a surplus of places. It does turn into a small deficit from 2027, which is an age away in terms of pupil place planning. The primary 2020 projections show a surplus of 250 places. So at both secondary and primary level, pupil place planning says there is a sufficiency of places. And if I can just illustrate what has been done over the past few years, you'll find that there have been an increased demand for school places, and there has been the creation of more school places at local schools. Broomhill Junior, 60 places. Butlers Hill Infant, 45 places. Beardall, 210 places. Edgewood, 35 places. We've had the replacement of a school at Hawthorne, which of course is just outside of Hucknall, but also we've got the new school at the Rolls-Royce site of 210 places. And those are gradually coming on stream. Top Wighay Farm has been mentioned. The Top Wighay development has been mentioned. That is actually in the Lindby and Papelwick school planning area. But the proviso is that there will be a new one-form entry school to be constructed at Top Wighay, and that will provide a minimum of 210 school places, with the potential to grow to either a 1.5 form entry of 315 places or a 2 form entry of 420 places. And scope also exists to expand provision at Edgewood School by 105 places if required. As far as secondary school provision is concerned, there is going to be the provision of an additional 150 places in the near future at Holgate Academy. The Multi-Academy Trust DALP, which operates Holgate, is committed to raising the published admission number from 240 to 270 in compliance with planning requirements associated with the trust acquisition of New College sixth form site.
1 minute, Councillor.
Yes, I've almost finished, thank you. And the Holgate Academy site is large and could grow to accommodate additional pupils from the Top Wighay development. However, given that the prospect of secondary school expansion is quite distant, only in principle plans are being explored currently. If and when Top Wighay becomes a reality, these plans will be fleshed out. So, I think I've demonstrated quite clearly, Chairman, the sufficiency of school places in the Hucknall area at primary and secondary level, and there should be no cause for concern under our management. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lawton.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Very quickly, I will be supporting this amendment. I put Councillor Rossent's on notice that we do have in the area that I represent, areas like Farnsfield, North Muscombe and Sutton-on-Trent, all have problems with their medical centres due to the increase in development in these particular areas. They're all, how can I put it, creaking at the seams as extra people move into my communities. Can I just say, though, I'd like to put on record, and thanks to Councillor Cutts for all the work that she's done on the A614. And can I say to Councillor Owen that I have full confidence in your ability to be able to manage the school places in these particular locations. My major gripe or major problem is that of health and the provision of primary care to the residents that I represent. I noticed that Councillor Girling had put his name forward, and I'm sure he was going to reiterate the same problems that he has in and around Newark due to some of the increased development which is taking place in that particular area. There is a problem with the traffic increase, and it's causing gridlock in some of the areas that I represent, particularly on Farnsfield High Street. And the problem is these are small rural communities, and it is very difficult to carry out the infrastructure necessary to mitigate the damage that is created to these local communities. I'll be supporting this amendment, but I put council on notice that it's not just the larger conurbations which are having problems being created by development. It is right the way across the piece, and these issues are and will have to be dealt with, as local people are finding it inaccessible. They cannot get into their local GP surgeries. Waiting lists are running sometimes up towards 6 weeks, and that is unacceptable for the residents that I represent. And I am constantly onto the CCG and the officers concerned within that to try and develop a better service for the people that I represent. So I will be supporting this amendment on the basis that that there is an extended problem throughout the whole of Nottinghamshire. So I welcome the Ashfield Independents, and I thank them for bringing this motion forward. But we do have these issues right the way across the piece. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I now have 3 speakers, Councillors Quigley, Wise and Kevin Rostant. And I think Councillor Zadrozny has yet to indicate if he wishes to speak. So, Councillor Quigley.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I must correct Councillor Owen. It's a bit like correcting your headmaster at school, but Diverse Academies Learning Partnership doesn't exist any longer, as the partnership between National and the Diverse Academies Trust was dissolved, and they've gone their way with the church schools. I have the privilege of being chair of Diverse Academies Trust, and I suppose I should declare a non-pecuniary interest, as we seem to have got into discussions about schools and Hucknall. But the alarm about school places, as councillor owners quite rightly point out, is absolute nonsense. Part of the money from the developments in Hucknall were for education contributions, and over a period of time they relate to the completion of properties, and over several years the trust that I chair will be receiving somewhere around £2 million in 106 payments passported from the County Council to the Academy Trust. We've already spent some of that money when we were in partnership with National to create capacity there, and we are creating additional capacity at Holgate, and we're also improving the sixth form centre and expanding places there. So for people to say that there is an issue in Hucknall with school places, that's currently completely untrue. And to say that the County Council isn't directing resources to Hucknall is also completely untrue. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wise, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, given the comments particularly made by Councillor Lawton in respect of the widespread of difficulties about accessing local health care, I know it's mainly a matter for Councillor Girling's Committee in Health Scrutiny, but it does concern me in terms of partnerships coming together, as in this discussion about the issues around Hucknall and Gedling, that the government and the NHS rushed into saying that primary care networks were being set up. Not much time was taken over who should be in those partnerships. It was very much GP led, and actually the role of local councillors and local people in those primary care networks is really crucial. And I think as a council, we just need to make sure that those networks do broaden their remit and take gather a view and a contribution to issues like the provision of healthcare in their districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Girling, please, and then that will leave me with Councillor Rostant and or Councillor Zadrozny. I understand Michael Payne, and I'll close it at that time, please. It is 4 o'clock. We will finish at 5:30. You do have 2 more motions to consider. So, Councillor Girling.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Seeing my name gets mentioned quite a lot just recently, I feel I wasn't going to bother, but I feel I need to speak now. Yes, I agree completely with Councillor Lawton that this is a county-wide issue. As more and more development goes on, then there's a need for more provision. I'm not always convinced, though, that it's a new centre that's required. Often it's more doctors that are required, and I think if we chase after buildings, then we're missing the point. So I think we need to look at that very seriously. One of the pieces of work we've got coming up as the Health Scrutiny Committee is looking at the provision across the county of doctors' surgeries, because it seems it's a bit hit and miss whether or not you get good service. And so we'll be looking into that to see how that can be improved, so that actually it shouldn't matter where you live, you'll get a standard service from your GP service surgeries. And it'd be remiss of me actually now, particularly as Councillor Barnfather mentioned the unitary authority, and that Councillor Zadrozny used my name on several occasions, trying to sort of cause trouble with me and my leader. Now, I'll make it very clear, I've spoken to my leader about my views about local government reorganisation, and I'm absolutely in favour of it. Absolutely. The system we've got at the moment is broken. However, like some others, I have reservations about single unitary. But this motion, the initial motion, actually puts a tick in the box for having a single unitary. Let's think about it.
Councillor.
But anyway, that's all I want to say, Chairman. I've said my bit.
Thank you.
I've said my bit, and thank you very much. You gave me the opportunity to get that out as well. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rostance, and then I'll take Councillor Zadrozny, and then we will then go to summing up, please. Sorry, Councillor Payne. I keep forgetting you, my dear. I'll write it down. Councillor Payne. Yes. So, Councillor Payne, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, we all have concerns about infrastructure and the impacts of housing developments on infrastructure. It saddens me, Mr. Chairman, that we require a motion to call a meeting between 3 respective authorities. And let me just say for the record that I haven't been contacted as Deputy Leader of the Council in Gedling, and I'm sure Councillor John Clark, who's on this meeting, will concur, by the leadership of Ashfield District Council, by the leadership of Nottinghamshire County Council, or by any of the county councillors who have spoken in the locality to particularly the Topwick Hay development, which has been referenced more than once on this call thus far, Chairman. And I would have thought if there were seriously held concerns and views about impacts on public infrastructure, those county councillors who have spoken so eloquently today about their concerns following on from this motion would have taken the time to write to Councillor John Clark and myself as leader of and Deputy Leader of Gedling Borough Council, and we would of course been happy to meet with them, as we have done with the leadership of Ashfield County Council previously. I think I heard Councillor Barnfather raise concerns about Topwick Hay and some of the impacts it may have on local infrastructure. That's very different, Mr. Chairman, if I may, from the remarks that Councillor Barnfather made publicly 3 months ago when he said that Topwick Hay was an exciting concept to create effectively a new garden village on the outskirts of Hucknall, albeit within the boundary of Gedling Borough, he said, hopefully with a strong degree of self-sufficiency, but which will have a strong economic impact for the good of Hucknall as an important economic and retail centre. I didn't hear any concerns being expressed when he gave that quote to the Gedling Eye 3 months ago. And it's rather ironic, Mr. Chairman, that we've heard a number of senior Conservative figures line up on this call to talk about impacts on infrastructure. And I think Councillor Barnfather said the leader of Nottinghamshire County Council was needed to bang the heads together of two children squabbling in terms of the leadership of Gedling and Top Wighey. Let me just reveal on this call, Mr. Chairman, that I think we've got a degree of front bench Conservative councillors saying one thing and their authority negotiating another thing behind the scenes, because what none of them have told you on today's call is that Nottinghamshire County Council's negotiating position in terms of Top Wighey, which is a site that it owns, it is the landowner of, is that it's trying to drive Gedling Borough Council down from 30% affordable housing on the site to 10% affordable housing on the site. So I don't think we'll be taking any lectures from Councillor Barnfather or other councillors on this call about making sure that the right infrastructure is being put in place, because for me, the infrastructure that should be put in place is not just improvements in terms of highways and medical services, but also in terms of making sure that the housing that we build is affordable for families within this country. And that's not just a view by me as a Labour politician, that's a view that their own Prime Minister and Chancellor has been espousing recently. So perhaps if they want to cry crocodile tears about Top Wighey on this call, they should make sure that their own negotiators at the County Council are agreeing with Gedling's call for 30% affordable housing on the site, rather than trying to drive down that affordable housing to 10%. The leader of the County Council said on the County Council's website on the 21st of January, and I agree wholeheartedly with Kay Cutt's remarks, that Top Wighey farm development will improve quality of life for people moving into the area with excellent education, medical facilities and open green spaces. I wholeheartedly agree with what Councillor Cutt said in January, and it's disappointing that for the purposes of this motion, and one can only assume political grandstanding, that people have made points that they've made today. I don't often do this, but I'm going to agree wholeheartedly with both Councillors Philip Owen and Councillors Keith Girling. I don't think you'll ever hear me say that again, but I thought Keith Girling made a very powerful point about chasing after buildings in relation to medical provision. What we should be led by here is the experts. We should be listening to the CCG. We should be looking at the demand in local areas in terms of medical requirements, and we should be then making sure money is directed towards key services to help those communities, not just running after buildings which may or may not actually.
Michael, the CCG.
Locally. I just also.
You're at a minute, please, Councillor.
Just also want to support Councillor Owen's point. My understanding is that the Top Wighey development site will make a request for 106 contributions from Gedling for a 1 up to 1.5 form primary school entry, and that Gedling is looking very positively on that. So Gedling will continue to work with any and all partners. I'm saddened that it's taken a motion for three leaders to work together. I think the County Council has worked constructively with Gedling in this area. We've tried to work constructively with our partners in Ashfield, but I think there's a discrepancy about what's been said on today's call, Mr. Chairman, with what's been said publicly elsewhere.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dobson, can you mute yourself out? You causing some form of problem with the hearing. Councillor Drazodny, please. And then finally, Councillor Rostance.
Chairman, I wasn't even in.
Sorry?
I wasn't even in.
Right, sorry.
I've muted and I'm off.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to address Councillor Payne's comments, I hope he's not taken anything as a personal slight on the relationship between Ashfield and Gedling Council. I know our planners have been working together and speaking about cross-border projects, and I think our intention is much more to get the Conservative County Council around the table to make sure that we're talking about the money that they're spending and investing and getting from the site, rather than just the 106 agreements, etc. Mr. Chair, can I just also add my thanks to Councillor John Wilmot, who's an Ashfield District Councillor, for submitting his remarks to this meeting. I thought John's statement spoke really very eloquent about the infrastructure problems in Hucknall, expressing about accessing healthcare. And we all know John knows the surgeries in Hucknall very well. He knows the difficulty that residents already face, especially about getting a doctor's appointment. And John and the rest of our councillors in Hucknall, Jim Blagden, Trevor Locke, Dave Shaw, Lee Walters, and they call me daily to complain about the poor infrastructure in Hucknall. Outside Top Wighey Farm now is one of the biggest banners I've ever seen, which councillors may have seen if they've driven past it, which says investment in Nottinghamshire, which is a bit of a smack in the face to Hucknall residents, because many of them have been messaging us about what suggestions they think it should really say. So I've had quite a few funny ones, such as the county council is borrowing on the never never for Gedling. The county council are failing to invest in Hucknall, gridlocked Hucknall. Someone said we should be putting on it, has anyone seen Ben? And Tories out. Sorry, that one's mine. Known as Top Wiggay, the farm, the 100-acre site is located off the A611, Limby, and is currently on open green fields. As Councillor Hollis said, the development is just over the border from us in Gedling. And this council describes it as one of its flagship projects. But this is also the area where the council want to spend part of the £28 million they are borrowing on new officers. There is no confirmation of a new medical centre, despite the issues that Councillor Wilmot raised this morning. This council talks about the potential for new medical facilities, but haven't confirmed anything yet. You would have thought, Mr. Chairman, this would have been a priority. Instead, this council are borrowing millions of pounds for plush new office suites at a time we can ill afford it. And of course, Hucknall residents have been here before. In August 2014, the Planning Committee of Gedling Borough Council gave permission for 300 houses on 16 hectares of farmland north of Papelwick Lane in Hucknall. The problem was, Mr. Chairman, that this land actually just fell over the border into Gedling, and we had the bizarre situation that the former Labour leader of Ashfield District Council failed to communicate with the late leader of Gedling, and Section 106 monies ended up miles away from our residents. At this time, residents in Hucknall spoke vociferously about their worries about traffic impact on Hucknall's Vaughan estate and in the villages of Limby and Papelwick. Local schools had already had waiting lists, and Hucknall doctor surgeries were struggling to cope with patient demand. And fast forward now to 2020, and residents' worst worries have been realised. The impact on residents has been catastrophic. Trying to get a doctor's appointment in Hucknall is the Conservative County Council. In Hucknall is the Conservative County Council for Hucknall North. In Hucknall North, thousands of poorly residents trying to get an appointment without success, having to wait weeks and weeks for an appointment. The development of Papelwick Lane has caused significant problems for residents in Hucknall, and that was only 300 houses. The development at Top Wiggay Farm, unless matched with infrastructure to cope, will be significantly worse. Whose facilities are they going to access? Will these Gedling residents be queuing up outside Hucknall Leisure Centre, which is somewhere Ashfield's heavily investing in? Will residents be using parks in Gedling, or their nearest major one, like Titchfield Park in Hucknall, where we're investing close to up to £1 million to improve? We need to learn the lessons from the past. The council expected many millions from the sale of land, and as much of this money needs to be allocated to Hucknall. The county council will get a windfall from this sale, and it's right that as much of that money as goes to improve the local infrastructure. I don't have the confidence in Nottinghamshire County Council's track record, but getting infrastructure right. But working together, we can use the generated capital receipts to improve our roads, not just around that site, but across Hucknall. No longer should we be spending more on a paint job on Trent Bridge than making needed highways improvements in Hucknall. We can address this issue together, and that's why I was happy of leader of Ashfield District Council to start a positive dialogue with the leader of Gedling Borough and whoever the new leader of this authority will be. Hucknall is an attractive town. It's no wonder David Mellon wants to get his hands on it. It's already been held back by poor infrastructure, poor investment.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've completed.
Thank you. Finally, then, Councillor Rostons, please.
Well, thank you all very much for showing such an interest in Hucknall, a place that I've lived all my life and very passionate about. It's interesting to Michael Payne stole some of my thunder as to why the leader and deputy leader of Ashfield District Council seem to have difficulty in speaking to John Clark and Michael Payne, who both sit on this council, are both very approachable gentlemen, and I'm sure they would dearly listen to them. And all of a sudden they want to speak to people about infrastructure. Top Wiggay Farm has been on the agenda now for must be 20 years. Hucknall is bordered by Gedling and Broxtowe and the city. Conversations should be had with all these because they all play a part in affecting the infrastructure of Hucknall. And we should be working together. We should be working together with the planners. The planners of Ashfield have got no teeth. They can't. They're letting the tail wag the dog with the developers. We've got a site that that Ashford have been party to on the Rolls-Royce site. We've got an housing estate that's the size of Ravenshead, and the infrastructure has not been put in place to support it. The Conservative Council are working hard to try and resolve these issues, but this should be in place beforehand, before this planning application to go on for more houses on the same site. The same area, Hucknall West. Ashford Council have decided to close the leisure centre. You know, we need healthy living's been mentioned, and the health and well-being of people. They closed the leisure centre.
Point of order, Chairman. Point of order. Edgewood Leisure Centre does not belong to Ashfield District Council. We ran the management contract. The Edgewood Leisure Centre and the school belongs to the County Council.
Ashfield Council have pulled the funding and the support for the Edgewood Leisure Centre. Now, if they're going to do such a thing, they should be. Ashfield Council have closed the leisure centre. If they're going to do such a thing,
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order 86, Mr. Chairman.
Your point of order is.
Thank you. It's personal explanation. Just for clarity, Councillor Rostance has been slightly disingenuous there. He's aware that the County Council have withdrawn all of their funding for the Edgewood project. They've decommissioned the site jointly with the District Council, and the County Council also withdrew all their funding for Nabs Lane Recreation Ground, which the District Council stepped up and paid for, so that Councillor Rostance has a new park in his divisions with which to insult us about.
Thank you. Would you carry on, please?
Thank you. I will carry on. We should really be working for the people of Hucknall and the people of Nottinghamshire. We should be working together totally with all the councils on board. We've got utilities, that we've got water, electric, and gas, and the highways that don't seem to work together. We've had the same road dug up numerous times. And there don't seem to be any planning around it. We've got development at one end of Hucknall, and then we're digging the road up at the other end of Hucknall. Until we work together, until we get united across the borough councils and across the city councils, we aren't going to solve Hucknall's problems. And we're getting more development and less infrastructure.
1 minute, please.
So I welcome this debate on the infrastructure of Hucknall. Thank you, Councillor Doddy, for you're supporting me with the Health and Wellbeing Board, and you know full well that I'm already in conversation with the local practitioners, and it's something that I'm quite passionate about anyway. But I'm quite passionate about Hucknall, so the best thing we can do for Hucknall is listen to the people and do the best for Hucknall together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Finally, then, Councillor Hollis, if you'd like to summarise or sum up, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you and I certainly welcome the debate. I was a bit confused about the procedural while Councillor Rostance spoke then instead of Jason. Obviously, Jason was the seconder of the motion, so surely he should have been able to summate just before me, rather than Councillor Rostance, who was just a normal speaker on the motion. But procedural rules aside, I think it was all agreed by all members that spoke that it was a welcomed opportunity that we are going to be speaking as relevant authorities. I think Councillor Payne made very clear that it's a shame that we've had to have a motion to actually get people around the table. And of course, although we have used Hucknall as a case study for this particular motion, and frankly it was the motivation for the Ashfield Independents tabling the motion in the first place, I think it shows how, you know, ultimately administrative borders don't always mirror township borders. And Councillor Barnfather seemingly has changed his tune during many of this. For example, members at the policy committee will recall where he made very clear that this new development is a village enclave and absolutely nothing to do with Hucknall. Now, Conservative members welcome the fact that it is part of Hucknall, but they've given money in the back doorway, which I don't fully believe. And that kind of turns to Councillor Bradley's point, who I'm glad has remembered where Hucknall is. the money from this site, it's not a privately owned site, it's a site owned by the county council. And while we recognise that money is quite rightly from 106 will be going for Gedlin's discretion because the administrative line falls for them to decide, I think even Gedlin had realised that much of the pain and infrastructure pressures will fall on the township of Hucknall. So I welcome the discussion we will be having to talk about this particular site. But with regards to the money the county council are getting, why aren't they spending some of it in Hucknall? You know, even just a token gesture would be appreciated, like they'll resurface some of the roads around the development site, or give a bit of money.
Councillor, can we just concentrate on the motion itself, please?
Well, I'm failing to understand why you've said that when I'm talking about councils working together, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I've had my hand raised. I'd like to make a point of order, please. 86.
If you're making a point of order, I'll listen to your point of order.
Thank you. Just a personal explanation. Councillor Hollis has just made comments about me changing my position. Councillor Payne made the same comments. They obviously didn't listen to the speech that I made. I have never criticised the Top Wiggy development in terms of its potential impact on Hucknall. I merely talked about that Hucknall has significant pressures from current and potential future housing developments. I think Councillor Drosny then made the point about land north of Papawick Lane, which was in my thinking at the time. I also made the point in my opening address that the Top Wiggy is designed to be a relatively self-sufficient settlement with its own primary school, shops and a community centre, as well as employment opportunities. So while I then went on to say residents will use surrounding services, I in no way indicated that that would in some way overwhelm those services. I merely made the point that by definition they would use them because that's where local shops are situated. I have not changed my position in any way, shape or form at any committee or full council hearing, whether at Gedling Borough Council or indeed at this council. I welcome the development at Top Wiggy. It's a good development. It will have a positive impact on my division without necessarily having a negative impact in isolation on Hucknall. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hollis, continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Councillor Payne and I, not to speak on his behalf, but I fundamentally dispute what Councillor Barnfather said.
That is for another place for you to do so. Will you continue with the motion?
To this discussion, Mr. Chairman, so I'd appreciate if you didn't shut down the genuine debate. I think to round off, we are in agreement, Mr. Chairman. Authorities do need to speak. I welcome seemingly unanimous support of the motion that is now tabled by the Ashfield Independents, and I furthermore welcome a detailed discussion about the impact of Hucknall from this Top Wiggy development. So I urge members to support the motion table. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to move to the vote. And as you've done in before, the Chief Exec will go through taking you on a one-to-one, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Starting with Councillor Adair, please.
Can I just clarify what I'm voting on, please, Chief Executive?
So you're voting on the amended motion.
Voted on the amended motion.
Yep.
Thank you very much. So therefore I say 4.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
4.
Councillor Barnfather.
4.
Councillor Bosniak.
4.
Councillor Bradley.
4.
Councillor Brooks.
4.
Councillor Brown.
4.
Councillor Butler.
4.
Councillor Carr.
4.
Councillor John Clark. Councillor John Clark. Councillor Neil Clark.
4.
Councillor Cotty.
4.
Councillor Creamer.
4.
Councillor Cutts.
4.
Councillor Deakin.
4.
Councillor Dobson.
4.
Councillor Doddy.
4.
Councillor Elliott.
4.
Councillor Fielding.
4.
Councillor Fole.
4.
Councillor Garner.
4.
Councillor Guilfoyle.
4.
Councillor Girling. Keith.
4. Sorry, it was taking time to come off mute. 4.
Thanks, Keith. Councillor Greaves. Councillor Greaves. I'll come back to you. Oh, thank you, Kevin. Councillor Hanley.
For.
Councillor Harper.
For.
Councillor Henry.
For.
Councillor Henshaw.
For.
Councillor Hollis.
For.
Councillor Hopewell.
For.
Councillor Richard Jackson.
For.
And Roger Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kerry.
For.
Councillor Knight.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor Longdon.
For.
Councillor Madden.
For.
Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor Meal.
For.
Councillor Ogle.
For.
Councillor Owen.
For.
Councillor Payne.
For.
Councillor Peck.
For.
Councillor Nice. Councillor Plant.
For.
Councillor Pringle.
For.
Councillor Purdue Horan.
For.
Councillor Quigley.
For.
Councillor Rhodes.
For.
Councillor Rostons. Kevin Rostons.
For.
Phil Rostons.
For.
Councillor Saddington.
For.
Councillor Sissons.
For.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
Councillor Simbaridis.
For.
Councillor Vickers.
For.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Wallace.
For.
The Vice.
For.
Councillor Wetton.
For.
Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
For.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
For.
Councillor Woodhead.
For.
Councillor Wright.
For.
Councillor Zadrozny.
For.
Let's go back and check, Chairman. I think we missed one colleague. It was Councillor John Clark. I haven't got a vote recorded.
Yeah, sorry about that. The screen went dead. Yeah, for.
Thanks, John.
Anthony,
Okay.
sorry, Councillor Plant, I never answered.
Somebody answered for you then, Liz, I'm afraid.
It wasn't me, I assure you, and I hadn't nodded off.
No, it wasn't me either. So how would you like to vote, Councillor Plant?
I think for.
Oh, no, that's a relief. Thank you. Sorry about that, Liz. Okay, so that's carried, Chairman.
Thank you. That's a unanimous thing, if I've got my maths right, and therefore the motion is approved. Right. We'll look at motion number 2. Now, you are 1 hour and 5 minutes before the meeting will end. I doubt very much whether you'll do the third motion. But let us move forward, please. It's for Councillor Creamer to propose and Councillor Rhodes to second. Councillor Creamer, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for accepting the motion. I don't think I'll use the full 10 minutes. So to read it out, in May 2019, a motion calling for Nottinghamshire County Council to set a carbon neutral target and implement an associated governance structure to closely monitor carbon emissions received unanimous support from all members of this chamber. This council notes that time has since passed and believes it is now imperative to commit to carbon neutrality in all its activities by 2030. So again, I just wish to thank the previous full meeting last year. It was unanimous. But if I can just say as well, we need to challenge ourselves. It's not just us, it's our offspring, children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. They're going to actually pay the price for us not doing anything. 2050 is a target, but we think we should be going forward with a better target. More than 50% of councils around the country have gone forward with enhanced targets. Our nearest neighbour, which to be honest we probably should be working a lot closer with, have set a target of 2028. The thing is with that, particularly in my case, I'm only 250, 300 yards from the city boundary who've set that target. What they do affects me, and what we do affects them, and what we do together affects the planet. So it's right that we move those targets forward. Now, it does say, if we go back to the actual motion itself, receive support from all members of the chamber. a neutral target and implement an associated governance structure. Well, so far, we haven't seen a governance structure per se. If we go back, and I'm going back to when we were administration, 2016, we actually did have a cross-party energy group, which I think personally that should actually be reinstated or something like it for the environment, not just energy. And within that group, for people, councillors that are still here, there was myself, Councillor Roger Jackson, and Councillor Richard Butler, and others who are no longer councillors. But we looked at the whole council structure. We looked at where we could save.
I think we're frozen. Councillor Creamer, can you hear? Hello? Yep. I'm going to take just a literally 5-minute adjournment while we try and find out what's happened with the electrics. Can we do anything, Sarah, with that?
Yeah, mine's been freezing a bit as well.
It's probably because people are getting home from school and work and things like that, so usage will be a lot more locally now.
Chairman, while we've got a minute, can I just say to you, I think you deserve a medal for today. I think you've conducted the meeting under.
Colleagues, can I just say we are still live at the moment. We are struggling to turn the live stream off.
I won't get the opportunity to say well done to the chairman, and I think he needs a well done on this occasion. Well done, Stuart. It's been a
Jim,
nightmare.
Councillor Creamer.
Yes. Thank you, Maureen. Thank you.
Are you there, Jim?
I'm back on, if you can hear me, on my phone. Yep. My laptop's still booting up.
We can hear you. Okay, you can resume whenever you're ready, Chairman.
I've dropped everything. My apologies. It's booted and still rebooting. As I say, I think it's right that we should actually set a more ambitious target. If we set a target of 2050 and we get it, fine. But if we set a target of 28...
Jim, can I just ask you to hold for a second? Have we got the lifeline running? Right. Okay. Sorry. Do carry on. Do carry on, Jim. Please. Sorry.
Sorry about it. I think complete gremlin someplace. I think I must have run somebody over I shouldn't have done. Anyway, the city has actually set targets that are very ambitious, and we believe they've set the right target, the correct targets. They set them about a year, 18 months ago, so we're giving the same amount of time. We're not rushing. That's the reason we're going for 2030. But the city, for instance, have done scavenger hunts, cycled. They've got the people involved. Now, Plymouth have done that as well. They've actually got people involved in what they can do, how they can do it. And when I go back to the meetings, when I'm going back to 2016 again, in our meetings, we had understanding carbon budgets. We had several things we were actually trying to do. We actually putting forward a scheme for water source pump heating from the Trent, who actually to heat County Hall, maybe Trent House. We are actually putting forward as well plans to hopefully actually create power and energy from old county sites, mainly landfill sites, pit sites. Now, Amber Rudd, the MP at the time for Environment, removed the subsidies and made some of those impossible because it actually removes the incentive to actually do that. Now we have a different incentive. It is not just money. It is the environment itself. It is the planet. And they need looking at again. So I can't remember where I was when I dropped out, but we ought to be setting up now something joint
cross-party to look across the county to set those targets in all departments. We mentioned it in our motion, and I do have some figures if I can find them. I'll leave it at that in case I drop out again. But we had unanimity, it's a horrible word to say, unanimity last time, and I'm hoping we get the same again. We need to be ambitious. It's not just for us now. We set targets last year along with the government one. The government got a 22-page document that's come out on environmental targets. That's only dated August. And yes, that's dated beyond what we want. But within it, it does have several useful points. Criteria and principles of developing targets. This is what we should still use their principles. The date, I would disagree with. We want to develop targets are driven by taking action in areas that matter the most, rather than limiting our targets to areas that are easy to measure and improve. So that would be a principle that I would absolutely 100% support, and I think most people would as well. This is from the government document. We must set at least one long-term target in each of the 4 priority areas. And the 4 priorities are biodiversity, water, resource efficiency and waste reduction, as well as targets for particular matters. Now, when I mentioned that others are getting their people involved in these targets, we're reducing that to some extent. We still work with Veolia and we still do waste, food not waste. We do certain things. Now, we could improve on that. Every improvement is a tick in the right box. Small improvements lead to big improvements. It's a bit like the broken window, the crack. So we can actually make things better by taking small steps, some small steps and some big steps. We need to set some real targets and real commitments. Going back to this, again, reducing residual waste. A lot of that now is down to training. The County Council has done a lot over the years, and I know Kevin Rostance is actually doing work as well. But we need to improve on that. The government is going to set 15-year targets for some issues, and they will legislate on those. Now, we don't know what they're going to legislate on. We should actually be putting our tuppence worth in now, that we can perhaps alter contracts, improve contracts. So we need to be working now, and there's again cross-party, reversing the loss of biodiversity. Now, this is a completely important one. I don't know if anybody saw the other day the I've forgotten his name now, the naturalist, and the amount of biodiversity has reduced by nearly 60% around the world, and some of it been quite easy to bring back. We do have farms. We do have for places where we could copse, we have lots of possibilities. And a lot of that goes into the green agenda, not using carbon, reducing on coal, actually energy farms. And I know Newark in particular has got lots of energy farms. So we need to be more inventive on how we use it and how we use the energy. Most of the pollution nowadays is coming from traffic still, buses, lorries, and we are moving in the right direction in that. And perhaps we need to increase that as well. Look at our fleet, actually start with hydrogen. There's actually train at the moment running, experimentally, but running on hydrogen to actually reduce it. And its pollution is water. So that is the way to look forward. And we need to do it. As well, we need to actually be pressing something which I think we all do agree with. And that's the electrification of the Middle and Main Line. We ought to put in more pressure on that. Whether we actually continue to support HS2 because of price, I'll leave that for a different debate. I agree with HS2 in the future, but how far in the future and how much it costs is an issue in itself. But we should certainly be pushing for more electrification of the Middle and Main Line and more connectivity. And again, this will always help. This would help improvement of creating jobs in the future, keeping jobs in the future. We all say we want to. There's going to be massive reductions in employment, not just because of COVID, but because of other things as well, Brexit. So we need to actually make sure that we have got some sort of infrastructure, if not here, ready in the future. Going back to a previous debate, we're not putting the infrastructure in place before things happen. We need to do that, and we need to take a lead on it. We're the biggest employers in the county.
we could do that. We could actually take a very positive lead. And when we have a cross-party, if we start the cross-party meetings, which I hope we will, then we could invite the youth, the experts, and get things done. Another favourite saying of certain people, but we need to get things done now. The planet can only survive so long unless we actually do something about it. We're actually the destructive force at the moment.
Councillor,
we need to be
getting to the end of your 10 minutes, please.
Okay. And just very last thing, because I've got quite a lot of stuff here. Sorry about this, but I've got flustered a little bit. But umbrella organisations, these are organisations formed from multiple individual interests. We need to be marketing our umbrella organisations. Who are we going to work with? Are we going to work with not just political, Greenpeace, World Wildlife Fund, RSPB? We work with some of these already on certain projects. We need to create a chain where we work with them for the environment, specifically for that, not just individually at times. And we need to do that urgently. And I reckon 2028, that is the time, that is a target. I think we can meet it. And I think we should certainly.
And thank you, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Rhodes, do you wish to second the matter?
Yes, I'm very happy to second it, Chairman. I'll make my comments now, if I may. I'll exercise brevity. You'll be pleased to know. First of all, I congratulate Jim for bringing this motion. It's extremely important, and I think it's admirable, his passion and his knowledge of environmental issues. I think it's really important that we recognise that. So as we continue to grapple with the ongoing challenges presented by COVID, we must remain mindful that the issue of climate change has not gone away. And our communities across the county are impacted more and more by adverse weather patterns, which lead to floods, devastation for our residents. It was early this year that many homes and businesses were destroyed across Nottinghamshire, including in my own town of Worksop, which caused untold misery to hundreds of people in our county. This council is committed to carbon neutrality, and it was crucial when we did, when the Labour group proposed a motion at the May 2019 full council. It's now become an essential part of our recovery from the havoc wreaked on our community's economic and social fabric as a result of COVID. And we know that the UK is committed to carbon neutrality by 2050, following the ratification of the Paris Agreement. And this is based on a safe threshold for temperature increases set by the IPCC Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change at 1.5 degrees Celsius. However, we need to be ambitious about this for our county. The Local Government Association reports that already nearly 2/3 of councils in England have committed to becoming carbon neutral by 2030, and more than 230 local authorities have declared a climate change emergency. As an authority, we must embrace carbon neutrality as a demonstration of our commitment to ensuring Nottinghamshire remains a key player in accelerating a sustainable economic recovery from COVID. It's a very simple commitment, but one which is necessary to ensure we remain focused on protecting our precious environment for future generations. And that, Chair, is why I urge all members to support the motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, it is proposed and seconded. I open it up for debate. Councillor John Cotty, please.
Thank you, Chairman. When I finish speaking, I wish to move a small amendment to this motion, but first I shall like to speak to the original motion, if that's okay.
Yes, I think, yes.
Okay, thank you. In May 2019, the County Council did indeed unanimously support a motion stating the intention to set a carbon neutral target and implement an associated governance structure to closely monitor carbon emissions. And we also agreed to integrate this commitment into our strategic plan, Your Nottinghamshire, Your Future. At Policy Committee in March this year, members approved the corporate environment policy and received an update on progress towards corporate environment strategy, the final detailed version of which will come forward soon, and that will be this year. Although with COVID distractions, I have to admit that the total focus hasn't been there, but it is being brought forward very soon. So the report in March updated members on some of its actions already taken or in progress by this council on the road to a carbon neutrality. And my colleague Councillor Phil Rostons will highlight some examples when he seconds my proposal, hopefully, to an amendment. And I appreciate why this motion identifies 2030 as a key date. And as already been said, the report on the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change warned that in 2018 that humanity was only 12 years left to keep the global warming to a maximum of 1.5 degrees Celsius. And the report stated that beyond 2030, exceeding the target even by 0.5 degree would worsen risk for droughts, floods and extreme heat, creating poverty for hundreds of millions of people. We should recognise that opinions differ within the scientific and wider community about the precise speed and impact of climate change, but I have no problem with the motion citing 2030 as a target. In fact, only last week, the Prime Minister stated his own ambition for wind farms that could power every home in the UK by 2030. And the only amendment I wish to make to the motion is to say 2030 or as soon as possible thereafter. And I'll explain the reason why I've said that. It's very easy for politicians to make blanket commitments that might get a headline in the media. And those commitments must be backed up by evidence of how we'll deliver it. We should not now make unqualified promises, no matter how important and well-intentioned, without knowing the full cost of how this will be funded. And I don't know if Labour intends to bring an alternative budget next February, estimating exactly how much this commitment will cost and how the council will fund it. But obviously, I see the certain irony of the councils calling for bold commitments that should require significant extra investment when we've had the same councillors sought delay in opposing changes to local government. So when we do get the green light for that, we should grasp the opportunity to get together and take forward the unitary debate as soon as we get a green light, or even before. Nevertheless, Chairman, I offer my amendment to this motion in a positive, constructive spirit. I know that Councillor Creamer is a passionate campaigner on environment issues, and I respect him for that. I am also keen to make sure that we are environmentally friendly, and I readily acknowledge that saving our environment and saving money are not exclusive or opposing aims. I do apologise for my phone ringing. I can't look down and switch it off at the moment, so hopefully I'm not being sound out by it. I readily acknowledge that saving our environment and saving money are not exclusive or opposing aims. On the contrary, achieving carbon neutrality involves seeking to consume fewer resources and use more sustainable resources, which should ultimately go hand in hand with greater financial efficiency. But I hope Councillor Creamer will acknowledge that many of the changes we make to reduce our carbon consumption, such as new operating systems, buildings, machinery, are invest to save projects requiring significant upfront capital expenditure before the revenue savings and environmental benefits come to pass. By all means, let's set our sights on 2030 with a genuine desire to achieve that target, but let's also be realistic that some of the measures we might decide to take forward carbon neutrally over the course of the next 9 years have not yet been identified or fully costed. So we cannot give absolute guarantees about timescale or funding beyond what is contained in our medium-term financial strategy. In fact, coronavirus has shown that strategies set as recently as February can require urgent review in light of the unexpected developments. So an absolute commitment to subject to 9 years of unexpected developments is a very hollow one. I believe that we agree a motion today, giving a qualified commitment. This has more sincerity and credibility. It points to future administrations in the right direction. It is an agreement to speed up the rate of travel towards carbon neutrality, but in a financially sustainable way. So, Chairman, with your permission, I would like my amendment to be displayed on the for the council's consideration. Thank you.
Can I ask Councillor Philip Rostons, are you seconding?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'll second this motion, and if it's okay, I'll speak now, or would you like everybody to go and have a little adjournment?
You can speak now if you wish. We won't be speaking again, though. But you can speak now.
That's fine.
If you
That's
wish.
fine. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. No, I just wanted to say I fully support the spirit of the original motion and how passionate Councillor Creamer is on this subject. I also like Councillor Creamer's backdrop that he is showing today. And the minor change to the proposal in this amendment. Councillor Rhodes has already mentioned the government is committed the UK to achieving a legally binding target of net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. And the Prime Minister earlier this month has promised to quadruple the amount of offshore wind capacity in the UK from 10 gigawatts to 40 gigawatts in less than a decade, which is a significant commitment. But we must, as Councillor Cotty has said, we must bear in mind, however, that the County Council doesn't have the spending power of national government or the international community, and our budget is unfortunately a bit more limited, especially at this present time. So whilst there's nothing wrong with making a commitment in principle to be carbon neutral by 2030, we should not make an absolute promise that we may not be able to substantiate just yet. But the council, it does have a huge desire to become greener and reduce our carbon footprint. And even before the environmental strategy is finalised, the council has already shown some considerable evidence of environmental good practice. And as Councillor Cotty said, I'm going to just give you a few examples of what the County Council has been doing, if I may. A reduction in electricity consumption in street lighting by 36% since 2012-2013, and that's thanks to investment in our LED technology. A reduction in CO2 emissions from our buildings and street lighting by 69% since 2010, which is due to targeted investment across our estate. 133% increase in renewable power, which is produced by solar panels installed on the County Council site since 2014, and there's currently 39 council buildings that have these solar panels installed. Landfill for waste disposal is down to less than 5%. And as agreed in the full council motion in 2018, we've reduced single-use plastics, removal of plastic cups, and promotion of reusable cups in all of our council buildings. Our provision for 6 electric buses to be used for public transport. We've got 2 currently in operation, and we've got another 4 planned for this year, so keep an eye out for those. We've invested £2 million. This was invested by Go Ultra Low Nottingham, to provide public network of 230 electric vehicle charging points across Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire. There's currently 20 available in Nottinghamshire, including the site at County Hall. We've got a cycle to work scheme and Nottinghamshire car scare scheme, which has over 400 members in the council's car sharing group. The list goes on. We've got so many different things that we've been doing here at the County Council. If anybody wants a full list, I'm happy to send them over to you, Councillor Creamer, and we're definitely heading in the right direction, and it's well established. But if we agree to this amended motion, we're indicating a clear desire to increase the speed of that journey, and I'm fully happy to second the amendment, and I hope that all members will support it too. Thank you, Chairman.
Right, thank you. Councillor Creamer, I propose to give you a 5-minute adjournment, if that's long enough, for you to consider whether or not you wish to accept or reject the amendment. Can you give me an indication of, is 5 minutes enough?
Oh, accepted.
Councillor
5
Creamer?
minutes will be fine, Chairman.
Thank you.
Pardon me, Chair, it muted itself, so I thought I was speaking to you.
Yeah, it's okay. So can we restart again at 5 minutes to 5, please?
Yes, Chairman.
I can really recommend being a foster carer for Notts County Council. There's always someone walking the journey alongside you, whether that's other foster carers or social workers. It really helps to provide stability and consistency for children who really need it, and that's really rewarding as a foster carer.
Roger and I have been fostering for 35 years. We do deal with challenges, but to say we've been doing it for 35 years to me proves that it's not impossible. We learn an awful lot from these young people, and even now we're still learning.
As a foster family, we care, we want to make a difference, and we get so much fulfilment from fostering. The satisfaction of making a difference is something that money can't buy. Just seeing the smiles on the children's faces and helping them reach their potential is wonderful.
We work as family workers within the fostering service for Nottinghamshire County Council.
I really enjoy my work. I really enjoy meeting lots of different foster carers.
You know, we get to know the families, we get to know the kids, and we care, basically. It's important as it is to them that the kids are getting the support that they need.
A lot of people said to me they would like to be a foster carer, but there's something stopping them. I had that as well. And we decided just to jump in and do it and see what happened. And for us, it's been the best decision we've ever made.
It's been a fantastic decision, it really has, yes.
Once people start to become a foster carer and take that leap to do it, they'll understand how much it gives back, not just to the child, but how much it empowers you as well.
I'm Leon, I'm a care leaver, and I've been in care since I was 8. And I've been with the same parents since, and they're amazing. Like, they are my foster parents, but I do class them as my parents, my mum and dad. All a child wants really from a family is to be supported, loved and cared for, and know they're there because they're wanted. From personal experience, I know the difference it's made for my life.
We always say that we foster as a whole family. It's not just us who are the carers, our children are involved in that. And even now, people express concern about the effect on our birth children of foster caring. I think we need to kind of get past that and dispel that myth, because actually the overall effect on our children, I think, is positive. They're learning new skills, they're gaining empathy, they're interacting with children from different backgrounds. For a long time, we didn't make use of support care, and we wanted our child to settle into our placement and not feel pushed out, but it's actually been really helpful for us to start to have support care.
We've known Zoe for a number of years, and it's meant that we got to know her foster child. So for her, it's been like coming for a sleepover rather than a feeling she's coming to another family. I got into fostering for Notts County Council, and it was something that I've always wanted to do. But working full time, and my husband also working full time, we thought it's not really going to be something we can do now. But after looking at the website, we realised there was this wonderful thing called support care that we were able to offer. It might surprise you, but actually I'm under 30. I don't have any children of my own, and that doesn't stop you from being a foster carer.
I think some people don't go into foster care because they think it's going to be really costly to have another child living in their house, but actually the fostering allowance is generous enough to cover all the costs of having a child living with you.
We have a lot of fun on the weekends when we have foster children in. We get to go to parks, ice skating, children's events, trampoline in parks like I Jump.
We get access to the Max card, which is a discount card for foster carers and their children to access different local amenities. Also recently we went on holiday and we were able to use the Max card to get free access to some castles and historical places because it's a national initiative.
We chose to go with Notts County Council because of the support care that was offered and the training. And it's always local to Nottinghamshire. My parents are foster carers for an agency, and they found it really difficult to get support care for their child.
My name's Lynn. I am now a support foster carer. We were mainstream carers, but given our...
And I have to wait for someone to put a thumb up to say go. Go. Right, thank you. Carry on.
Okay, thank you, Chair. It is with slight reluctance we actually accept the amendment. We'll actually accept the amendment. Genuinely, if I could just say that we're quite happy with what's been done so far. We'd just like to see it done more and faster. So we will accept the amendment. We're not calling any of the officers, particularly some of the officers. They've worked very hard, and it is an improvement on the previous target. But it does weaken it a little bit as far as we're concerned, but it's still better. So we will, as I say, slightly reluctantly accept the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. In which case then, I'm going to open it up for debate, but you are debating the amended motion. Councillor Dobson.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I congratulate Jim Creamer and Alan Rhodes on the motion? I really do feel we do an awful lot in this authority, of which I have to say I'm extremely proud of, contrary to what other people seem to think of our authority on occasions. I do think we tend to talk about things and then we tend to forget about them. Not intentionally, but we do tend to forget. There's lots of things we could do. There's lots of things that need to be done. But I liked the idea when Jim was in his passionate presentation, as he is passionate about this, along with John Cotty, because he's passionate about it too. I think we really need to go back to that working group that he talked about. Now, whether it becomes part of John Cotty's domain or whether it becomes part of Gordon Wheeler's domain, I don't care. And I don't care who sits on it. But what I'd like to see is action. And it's no good passing this motion. The officers have got a huge amount of work on their hands dealing with COVID. And that has got to be our number one priority at the moment. But I think somewhere along the line, we could slip this one in and really start the ball rolling, like next week or the week after. But I really do think we need to sit down and get it going. It's worth doing. We are all, most of us, with the exception of Ben and Phil and Jonathan, most of us are old. We've got to think about our grandchildren, you know, and at the end of the day, we all talk about it, but we don't do it. So I'd like to make sure that we actually are going to physically do it. But I'm happy to support the amendment because I want it to go through, but I want action, not in next month, not when the elections have been and gone. I want action now by this authority that's here now, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dobson. Thank you. Councillor Carr, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm disappointed with the amendment, and I'm disappointed that the Labour Party have accepted this amendment. I think it weakens the resolve of getting together a carbon neutral policy. Ourselves at Brogstow were elected in May 2019. An alliance of Labour, Liberal Democrat and Ashfield Independent and 2 other independents. And in July, we passed a climate emergency motion and committed ourselves to reducing carbon emissions in Brogstow to 0 by 2027. Yes, a very ambitious target, but that actually concentrates and focuses the mind that you've got to get on with something quickly if you've got such a strategic target. Now, we may or we may not reach that target. But I'll tell you something, having such an ambitious target means that you put all your effort into it straight away, because there's nothing more important at the moment than this issue for our future. And I'll just show you what happened. This is Brogstow's, well, you can't see it because of my, this is Brogstow's Climate Change and Green Futures programme, which takes us from now all the way up to 2027. Pinpoints exactly what we need to do between now and then to achieve our target, and it includes 14 policy strands. Now, I've never seen anything like this from this authority. Yes, I've absolutely no doubt that some effort is being made in to reduce our carbon target, but it simply isn't enough. And I'm afraid to say, with adding the words that have been added, you're just giving yourself a let-out clause. this is something that shouldn't have a let-out clause. The issue is too important. And Mr. Chairman, I'm very sorry to say that I won't vote against it, but I can't support it either. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Wise, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, I do support what Councillor Creamer is now going forward on. The thing that worries me is that people in the community are looking to the County Council to give a clear lead on this. And particularly when governments have kind of blown hot and cold over investing in solar energy and so on, making promises and then reducing the incentives to go ahead with it. In our community, we have people with the skills to make really significant changes. For example, you might have seen in the Post a resident of mine saying that he installed solar system when they moved 2 years ago, which is a great success. Last year, he added a device to direct surplus electricity to our immersion heater, which has resulted in him paying nothing for water heating over the last 6 months. He's not discouraged by the governments coming and going because he's got the skills to do something. But many of us don't have the skills. As he says, just look around and see the mass of southeast and south and southwest facing roofs on houses and acres on industrial and commercial buildings, all those opportunities to invest in solar. And people need the encouragement. If governments are wishy-washy about it, they need the encouragement of their local councillor, of the local council to go ahead of this. And I don't want us to be seen as letting people down because there are many pressure groups now who want to see us do a lot better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roger Jackson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, yes, I do support this amended motion. Targets are sometimes difficult to fulfil, but you do your very best to get there. And if you don't get there, you sometimes have that egg looking on your face. But it's a very, very important motion that's been put forward by Jim. I do remember being on the working party with him, and we did a lot of work at looking where we can do things within the county council on our buildings and that we own to save energy and the vehicles and that we use. And at Nottinghamshire, we've also done an awful lot of work as well, looking at reducing our carbon emissions. But we must remember, everybody, this is a worldwide problem, and what we do is very limited, or have a very limited effect. But we can send a message out there to everybody that what can and can't be done, and what can and must be done, I must say. But really, the message must go worldwide if we're going to have any effect on the planet. And I agree with what Maureen said. It is our children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren who are going to suffer from this. You know, if we don't do something about it now and act now. There's lots of ways of going forward for limiting carbon. We have a lot of electric cars, and in Nottinghamshire, we looked at the electric fleet for our refuse lorries. But unfortunately, the journey time is very, very limited because of that. And I personally have a little problem with electrified cars and the batteries, because the minerals that are used, cobalt and lithium, are very difficult to mine. We're now mining them off the seabed, which has its own different ecological effects as well. So I really do think as new technologies move forward, I think Jim did mention the hydrogen cell. I'm sure that is a great thing, only releases water. I think a lot of work has been going on that. And wave power as well, which I think is a great way. It's something that's more reliable than both the solar power and wind power, because the tide comes in twice a day, and there's billions and billions of tons of water moved every day. And I'm sure if we can harness that power, that would be fantastic. But the technology is moving on, Chairman. I know now that a lot of research has been put into for carbon capture and taking the carbon out of the atmosphere and storing it to try and say in a short-term problem. You know, it's not going to be the future, but if we can take the carbon out of the atmosphere now, it's going to help whilst we get to a position where we are producing a lot less carbon within the atmosphere from everywhere. And also, Chairman, I've always pushed this as well. All new houses built should have solar panels, ground source heating, or as green as you can insulation in there. I mean, that's got to come from the government, but it's so easy to put it onto new houses and retrofit it afterwards. And I think that should be a policy right through the country for all new houses built going forward. I mean, if we are serious, if the government is serious of having zero carbon emissions by 30, we ought to have a policy in this country that all new houses have that greening effect built into them. So, Chairman, I do support this amended motion. I think it's a great motion. It's something we need to be doing. We need to be proud to do it because we are looking at the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Plant.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Well, I certainly, obviously, I'm very pleased that we are actually discussing this motion because I don't think we've had such a, an in-depth discussion on the environment for quite a long time. And I'm rather sad that we actually have lost. In fact, no, I'm very sad that we've actually lost the target of 2030 because I agree with what Councillor Carr said, actually. It's important to have a target, even though we might not actually get to it because it just focuses the mind. And I think, it's as soon as possible thereafter isn't the same thing at all. The other thing that I wanted to say was, we can't achieve this on our own. We certainly need to be looking to work much more with our neighbours, with the councillors, on our borders and all around us. We have to do that. The other thing that also saddens me in some way, we have to communicate with our residents and with our staff on the issues and the things that we are doing and have done. Because, if I went and knocked on the door of the average person in the street and they said to me, what are you doing as a county councillor to address this issue? Even as a councillor, I don't know all the things that we are doing. And we have to take residents with us. We have to take our staff with us. We have to communicate and publicise what it is we're doing. Otherwise, it's like working in a silo, working in isolation, and we haven't got the time to be doing that now. We have to crack on with this. The other thing that I wanted to ask now in terms of this motion is, obviously the original motion says an associated governance structure. Now, I fully support what Jim has said there because this needs to be something that is cross-party, that looks across the county at all elements and all services, and we have to pull it together as one, what our aims are, two, what we've achieved, and three, what we want to go on to achieve. So I just want to ask, how is that part of this motion, which is still in it, going to be implemented by this administration? Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Can I have Councillor Alan Rhodes? Following that, there are Councillors Fole and Henshaw. And at that, I will stop taking any further speakers to allow the proposer, etc., to do an assessment, to review before moving towards a vote. Otherwise, you won't get a vote, and then all of this will have been pointless. So, Councillor Rhodes.
Thank you very much, Chairman. It's unfortunate that this amendment has been tabled, actually, because I'm a strong believer in targets, even ambitious targets, because they do, as has been said earlier, focus the mind. I think if you give yourself too much wriggle room that, we'll do it by 2030 or, well, somewhere near there, which is what's being said here, everybody relaxes. And frankly, it doesn't get done in the period that the motion originally intended. What I will do is give you this commitment that if Labour takes control next May, we'll revisit this and we'll reinstate the 2030 target, because I think it's important that we do. It's important that we focus our minds. It's important that we focus on the activities of this council. And don't forget what this motion is seeking to do. I'll read the last paragraph, is notes that time's passed and we believe that it's now imperative to commit to carbon neutrality in all its activities, that's this council's activities, by 2030. So we're not, whilst we do need to change the world with the environment, this motion's not seeking to change the world. This motion is seeking to change the way this council works, the way it operates, the way it delivers its services, the way it deals with its partners. the way its influences change with the people who we do business with, because we are an influential organisation, and we should be seeking this opportunity to influence others in terms of carbon neutrality, because it's hugely important for our children, grandchildren and future generations. We all know that. So it's unfortunate that the motion's been put. We will seize it because it's all that's on the table, and we know it's a numbers game in the end. And I hear what Steve Carr says, and I share to some degree his disappointment. I also congratulate Broxton on the work that they're doing and the fact that they've got a strategy and it's in writing, and that they're sticking to that. I think that's laudable, and I hope that one day we can do the same. But for now, we'll take what's on the table, but being under no illusions that should there be an opportunity following the May elections next year, we will revisit this, and the 2030 date will be reinstated in full. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fall, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I was too disappointed. I must confess that this motion has been weakened. But having said that, I think what's really important is actually it has cross-party support, because as Councillor Dobson said, we need to mean this. We all need to get on and do it. And Steve's right as well. The Brox have taken a really good lead on that, and that's really good. There's some really good policies in there that perhaps we could have a look at. And thank you, Alan, for that very strong statement as well, that when we win next year, that actually we'll bring it back and it will be a definite 2030. Just one last thing. I was a little bit puzzled by reference to the budget. My understanding was that a lot of these green initiatives, these green policies, will actually save money. So I'm not really quite sure why the assumption is that if we head for 2030 target, that's going to cost a lot of money. I don't understand that argument. Thank you.
You're not on, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Henshaw, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I too, like some of my colleagues, I'm a bit disappointed with the amendment, but unfortunately, the numbers game means that getting the motion through amended is better than not getting through the motion at all, because make no mistake about it, climate change is a reality, and it's only by cooperation, planning and effort that the planet's going to be saved. And we all know, unless you're in the Trump administration, that our planet is in crisis. Yep. And the environment is changing, and we've got to act, and we've got to act now. In relation to our own commitment, I thought 2030 was perhaps not optimistic enough, but adding the amendment means that we may have something more definite to aim to. Even our own government are saying that we've got to do something in relation to the climate and the climate change. The local government association as well, that we're a member of, is also indicating that councils have a responsibility in relation to leading and putting forward the climate change agenda. And it has been said that over 230 councils have actually signed up to what is a climate change emergency. And perhaps that's something we as an authority should do, and we should do it immediately. Irony has been mentioned today, and the only thing I find ironic about this is that the Conservatives now are pushing wind farms that only a few months ago they were totally opposed to. But in saying that, let's hope that they've changed the views for the right reasons and not just for political expedience. Let's all work together on this one. In relation to the economics of the situation, perhaps this issue can be looked at by my friend John Knight's committee when he looks at the after effects and the resilience after the COVID-19 emergency. But in saying that, I hope we all support the amendment and put this amended motion through the council. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. And finally, then, for speakers, please, Councillor Girling.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. I'm just sort of a bit disappointed in some of the comments being made about the amendment, really, in terms of the realism and the realistic approach behind it. We saw when the climate emergency agenda came out, lots of councils all over the country came up with dates that they'd be carbon neutral by. And there's some really sort of pressing targets, which I like Councillor Rhodes, agree it's good to have a target, absolutely good to have a target and aim for. But we've got to be realistic.
Call me Alan if you like, Keith.
So when I've saw the message about calling everybody councillor, and I don't want to get told off, and because I have the greatest respect for you, Alan. So it's about, to me, you know, and I don't know what Broxtowe did, but I do know what Newark and Sherwood District Council did, being the deputy leader, and also the chairman of the climate change emergency working party that we had. And we refused, despite being pressured by the Labour opposition, to put a date on it straight away. Because what we did as a responsible leadership, we found out actually what our carbon footprint was in the first place. Yeah, and we also then looked at how
Councillor Girling, as much as I would like to support you, time is running very quickly. So can you come to the end of your part? Otherwise, the next motion won't be seen.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I will. And that's why I'm disappointed in the comments. Yeah, we've got to be realistic. We've got to know where we are, so we know where we're going to be and how we're going to get there. And I don't think we're there yet. And to come up with a date of whatever that date is wrong anyway. And we're just setting a target to fail. So I support the motion. Thank you. Or the amendment. Sorry, the amendment to the motion.
Yeah. Thank you. Right, can I move now to Councillor Creamer? Will you sum up, but could I ask you to be brief if you want to get the whole thing in?
I'll be as brief as I possibly can, I promise you. But just as a matter of procedure, I'm not sure if the final amended version has been seen by the public. I know we've seen it, but that's just a matter of procedure. So I'll start summing up. I thank everybody for their comments. I thank Councillor Cotty particularly as well, because I know he's passionate about it, and he's actually mentioned the very thing that we want to actually do, and that's spend, invest to save. So in the green economy, it is the best way of doing it. So although you put the amendment in, the very thing you're actually doing is what we want to do in the original motion. So thank you for that. And if I can...
Yeah, can I just interrupt you there, Councillor Creamer? The public have seen the amendment.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just wanted to be sure. If I can go to I'm not to go to everybody, but Councillor Jackson, Roger Jackson, for instance, because he's made a very positive. He supported the amendment, fair enough, and he's brought out some very good points. And one of the points is the carbon capture. And one of the best ways of carbon capture, simplest ways, and something we can do as a county, which we are doing to some extent, and that's plant trees. Trees are the best carbon capture, natural carbon capture there is. So we are doing that. And he's pointed out some issues with getting wind power, all the rest of it. There are issues with green, and that's why we need to talk together. That's why we need to sort out the problems with it. There are problems going forward, but if we actually turn around and say, as soon after, that issue means, well, we don't have to deal with that problem. It will be soon after. Having a proper target does actually concentrate the mind greatly. So I'll agree with that. And as far as, just keep very quick as well, as far as Councillor Girling is concerned, his comments, if I can just say, a realist is just a pessimist who won't admit it. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Then we can go to the vote, please. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. Starting with Councillor Adair.
Is this for the amended motion?
It's the amended motion, Reg.
Yeah. 4.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
4.
Councillor Barnfather.
4.
Councillor Bosniak.
4.
Councillor Bradley. Councillor Brooks. Nicky Brooks. Councillor Brown. Councillor Butler. Councillor Carr.
Abstain.
Councillor John Clark. Councillor Neil Clark. Councillor Cotty. Councillor Creamer. Councillor Cutts. Councillor Deakin. Councillor Dobson. Councillor Maureen Dobson. Councillor Doddy. Councillor Elliott. Councillor Fielding. Councillor Fole. Garner. Councillor Guilfoyle. Councillor Girling. Councillor Greaves. Councillor Hanley. Councillor Harper. Councillor Henry. Councillor Henshaw. Councillor Hollis. Councillor Tom Hollis. Councillor Hopewell. Councillor Richard Jackson. Councillor Roger Jackson.
Big 4.
Councillor Kerry. Councillor Knight. Councillor Lawton. Councillor Longdon. Councillor Madden. Councillor Martin. Councillor Meal. Councillor Ogle. Councillor Owen. Councillor Philip Owen. Councillor Payne. Councillor Peck. Councillor Place. Councillor Plant. Councillor Pringle. Councillor Purdue Horan. Councillor Quigley. Councillor Rhodes. Councillor Kevin Rostons. Councillor Phil Rostons. Councillor Saddington. Councillor Sissons. Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith. Thank you. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Simbaridis. Councillor Vickers. Councillor Walker. Councillor Wallace. Councillor Vice. Councillor Wetton. Councillor Gordon Wheeler. Councillor Jonathan Wheeler. Councillor Woodhead. Councillor Martin Wright. Councillor Zadrozny.
4. And Anthony, can I tell you that Councillor Hollis has just telephoned me. His computer's doing a restart, but he's voting in favour as well.
Thank you, Jason. I've made a note of that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi. I'm sorry, my cursor froze, but I can vote now.
Sorry, who was
Councillor
that?
Brooks.
Councillor Brooks, please.
Yeah. And you.
Thank you, Nikki. So it's carried, Chairman.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Can I move very swiftly on to start motion 3, and I call Councillor Richard Jackson to open up on the motion with his suggested movement. Richard Jackson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you for hurrying along, colleagues, at the end of the last motion. I think it was important that we got to this one today. I see from the comments in the chat that both opposition groups are in support of this motion, and I was certain in moving it that they would be. I believe, Chairman, it's at your discretion to move this immediately to the vote once it's been proposed and seconded, and I would suggest that that is done. We can vote on it and we can meet the 5:30 deadline. So with no more ado, I shall move what is a self-explanatory motion.
Thank you. But before we do that, my next query would be towards Councillor Carr and Councillor Dobson. Are they aware? Are you aware of what's been proposed? And are you for it? And that goes straight to the vote.
The only thing I would say is, do the people that are looking in know what the motion is?
Well,
I'm happy to read the motion if it would help, Chairman. I think we've probably got time. I can speed read. So the motion is that this council abhors modern slavery and human trafficking and has taken an active role in raising awareness of these crimes, which are often hidden in plain sight, With members, officers and partners, this council welcomes measures undertaken by our training standards, contracts, management and procurement departments to prevent modern slavery, but acknowledges the importance of remaining vigilant against such appalling crimes. The council therefore instructs the chief executive to undertake work confirming that all of the council service providers, partners and suppliers comply with our values, and further requests that the chief executive brings a report to update members on this work to a future meeting of the policy committee.
Right, thank you very much. Now, from what I've been seen and told, all members are willing to go to the vote, and based on that, I need it to be seconded first. So,
second that. Thank you, Chairman.
Who's doing that?
And Councillor Phil Rostons, you are seconding.
Yeah, happy to second that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. The motion, as read out to you, and is in your yellow. Sorry, and your yellow pages. Alan, you wish to speak?
Only to say, Chair, that it's an incredibly important motion. I'm very pleased that we've come to an agreement to take it straight to the vote, because it's vitally important that it's part of today's business. And so I think we should move without any delay to the vote.
Thank you. So the motion is put before you, is, as I say, in your yellow pages. It is seconded, it is proposed. I am now going to the vote.
Starting with Councillor Adair.
For.
Councillor Allen. Councillor Barnfather.
For.
Councillor Bosniak. Councillor Bradley.
For.
Councillor Brooks.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Butler.
For.
Councillor Carr.
Totally for.
Councillor John Clark.
For.
Councillor Neil Clark.
For.
Councillor Cotty.
For.
Councillor Creamer.
For.
Councillor Cutts.
For.
Councillor Deakin.
For.
Councillor Dobson.
For.
Councillor Doddy.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Fielding.
For.
Councillor Fole.
For.
Councillor Garner.
For.
Councillor Guilfoyle.
For.
Councillor Girling.
For.
Councillor Greaves.
For.
Councillor Hanley.
For.
Councillor Harper.
For.
Councillor Henry.
For.
Councillor Henshaw.
For.
Councillor Hollis. Thank you, Tom. Councillor Hopewell.
For.
Councillor Richard Jackson.
For.
Councillor Roger Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kerry.
For.
Councillor Knight.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor Longdon.
For.
Councillor Madden.
For.
Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor Meal.
For.
Councillor Ogle.
For.
Councillor Owen.
For.
Councillor Payne.
For.
Councillor Peck.
For.
Councillor Place.
For.
Councillor Plant.
For.
Councillor Pringle.
For.
Councillor Purdue Horan.
For.
Councillor Quigley.
For.
Councillor Rhodes.
For.
Councillor Kevin Rostons.
For.
Councillor Phil Rostons.
For.
Councillor Saddington. Councillor Sissons.
For.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
Councillor Simbaridis.
For.
Councillor Vickers.
For.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Wallace.
For.
Councillor Weiss.
For.
Councillor Wetton.
For.
Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
For.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
For.
Councillor Woodhead.
For.
Councillor Wright.
For.
Councillor Zadrozny.
For.
And there's a message in the chat from Councillor Allen, who's voted for. It's unanimous, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. On the basis of that, as old Mr. Grace said, you've all done very well. You've got in within a minute to go. Thank you very much. Drive safely, take care, keep your distances, and we will reconvene just before Santa Claus arrives for Christmas. Thank you. Drive safely.
Thank you.
Bye.